When we experience an injustice, we become more vigilant, more attentive. That's only natural. What the people of Mirabel experienced is unacceptable. But today, we have the tools to do things differently. We've learned from the past. We have strengthened our legislation since then. We have also changed our culture. We're no longer in the 60s or 70s. Today's Canada listens more, consults more, and has more respect. In my riding, people tell me two things. They tell me that they want their history to be respected, and they tell me that they want their children to have a good future. People want jobs, good jobs. They want modern infrastructure. They want efficient services and responsible development. They want us to make progress without forgetting our past. Mr. Speaker, this debate should not pit us against each other. Rather, it should unite us. It should unite us around a common goal: to build a major project without repeating the mistakes of the past, based on the idea that we can be ambitious but also have empathy. We can build big while listening to people. We can invest in the future without harming our communities. I strongly believe in this. This legislation gives us the ability to build projects successfully, to protect Canadians, and to have respect. In conclusion, to all families in Mirabel and also to families in Mille-Îles, your history matters, your voice matters, your experience guides us. We're working to build a modern, fair country where we all stand in solidarity with each other. We can do all of that, Mr. Speaker, and we should do it together, all together. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way explained how excited she is about the Alto high-speed rail project. But I'm not clear on her stance on today's motion. What we are calling out here is that the fact that the people of Mirabel were not consulted in the first round of consultations. C-15 would make things very quick. It would accelerate processes beyond our normal way of doing things. What we are debating today is a formal apology to the people of Mirabel. She acknowledged that what was done was wrong. So how would apologizing to the people of Mirabel for what happened go against the high-speed train project? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. As I said in my speech, the laws have changed since 1969. We are no longer in the same situation, in the same Canada. There have to be consultations, there have to be prior notices issued, and in the 60-meter corridor, and those who live near it, there will be announcements, there will be agreements, there will be consultations. This is a major project which will connect Canadians because the majority of Canadians live near the border in the corridor between Quebec City and Windsor. This will help us lower our GHG emissions from the transportation sector. This will also increase tourism. So economically, there will be a lot of benefits. People will be able to travel to these cities and have a great time.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member references the laws being changed and consultations and so forth. That's not the motion before us today. If the member opposite in the Liberal Party really believes that an injustice was done in the past, the motion before us today is to simply say, I'm sorry, I apologize. Not just the government, but all of us parliamentarians here. To bring an apology forth that will bring closure to the people of Mirabel, the people of the region, the people of Quebec, and indeed all of Canada, is not directly related to consultations and discussions and the merits of building the high-speed rail. It's an apology that is required to bring closure.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honorable colleague, have you ever been to Mirabel? Have you ever talked to people in Mirabel? Do you know what intergenerational trauma is? Well, I've talked to many of them. This motion acknowledges the injustice. Also, those whose lands were expropriated, the lands were given back. And then around the airport, some land is rented. A reminder to the member to speak through the chair. Have I been to Mirabel? Yes. In fact, when I arrived in Canada, I arrived at the airport. The honourable member, I thank the colleague for speaking so wisely, sensibly, logically. We all here today agree that the people of Mirabel went through a trauma. The trauma was acknowledged by Minister Garneau just a few years ago. Now it is 2026. As the member said, we know how to do things better. What would the member suggest to all members of this place and to bloc members as to how we can encourage people to participate in the high-speed rail project? The honourable member for Mille-Îles, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. What we need to do is participate, get involved. We need to attend consultations. We need to seek out accurate information. We should not share things that we haven't even verified ourselves. That's the wrong thing to do. I encourage everyone to take a look at the Alto website. There have been consultations. There will be consultations in about 100 communities, so I really suggest that everyone participate in consultations. We have time for a very quick question and answer. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, your colleague explained that she experienced a bit of trauma. Her father brought her to the area to visit those lands, and she seems to have a lot of compassion. Compassion and respect were just as important in 1969. Does the colleague apologize on behalf of her government for what occurred in 1969? Does she commit to not doing the same thing again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles in under 20 seconds, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. That riding is north of Mirabel, so he's also very aware of the situation. He is a lawyer. If I tell him that the laws have changed, that expropriation laws have changed, he should be able to understand that things are different now. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be here today to speak to legislation, generational legislation that will benefit my children and grandchildren. I'd like to talk to you about the City of Quebec and its strategic location in North America. In Quebec City, we're already changing how we get around, how we travel, and this project is an important cornerstone, a milestone in urban transportation. Quebec City cannot think only within its borders. A provincial capital these days must be well connected to the rest of the province and to the rest of Canada, and this is where the high-speed rail project becomes essential. Quebec City is the gateway, the door to Eastern Canada, and will also be the last stop along the route. Quebec City will be a very important spot along the new route. It will be important for students who want to travel from and to our region. This will be a launching point for entrepreneurs, for investors. This will be somewhere where grandparents can come to reunite with their grandchildren. Quebec City will be a spot for families to gather. Quebec City is a very important spot for business, academia, and just living in Quebec and in Canada. Quebec City has long supported this idea, this project, in order to have better rail service. In 2020, I was president of the Chamber of Commerce. We did a survey, and it was very clear. Over 94% of people wanted a major project. That survey gave us a clear, strong message. People want long-lasting, efficient, sustainable projects. They want Quebec City to be one of the major players in urban transportation. High-speed rail means frequency, reliability, and speed. For too long, interregional transportation has been moving backwards faster than forwards. Currently, rail transportation between our major cities does not meet the needs of an active, forward-looking people that Canadians are. The Quebec-Toronto-Montreal corridor is incredibly strategic, so the current situation is unacceptable. Meanwhile, the needs are substantial. Workers need mobility. Students must be able to study and then go back to their regions. Business should have fast transportation. Too often, people's transportation options are limited to air or car travel. We need reliable, high-performing transit and transportation. There's been an issue with Via Rail's punctuality. It's been an issue increasingly over the years for Canadians, and that includes the people of Beauport-Limoilou. We all know someone who has been late to a meeting because the Via Rail train was late. Just in the first trimester of 2024, the reported punctuality was not high enough, and some segments between Toronto and Montreal had a punctuality rating of less than 20% punctuality. So this underscores how urgent it is to address the structural issues of late trains. We need to modernize the network. We need to invest in passenger rail service. If we want to offer Canadians a reliable, efficient transportation system worthy of the 21st century, then we must learn the lessons of the past years and the mistakes and then take action with those lessons in mind. There's also a fundamental basic truth that we can't ignore, and that is the environment. The transportation sector is one of the main emitters of GHG emissions. And if we want to take action, we need to lower our carbon footprint. We need to make responsible choices for future generations. We need an electric, high-performing, reliable train system that will help us meet our goals environmentally, but also help us with economic growth. Mr. Speaker, what took place in Mirabel in the 1960s and allowed Canada to radically overhaul its expropriation system. Now, expropriation is governed by clear requirements. There are clear, very serious requirements. There have to be public consultations right from the get-go. There has to be fair and transparent compensation. There's mandatory prior notice and, of course, the ability to challenge or appeal decisions. In that spirit, we today support the matter because we have strong principles in Canadian legislation. So in the case of expropriation, consultations are mandatory. It's also essential to consult and respect impacted communities. The rail project will be no different. There will be consultations through the Impact Assessment Act. There will also be prior consultations with landowners in a clear, transparent, and thorough process following Quebec's and Ontario's laws. What are the next steps for Canadians? Well, in the past, there was no mandatory prior notice period. Now there are mandatory prior notices which must be issued before any expropriation. In the past, the federal government went ahead without consulting Quebec. Now we make decisions in consultation with provinces respecting provincial laws. Previously, Indigenous peoples were not consulted. They did not have to be consulted, but now we have the ONDRI, and it is mandatory to consult Indigenous peoples. The high-speed rail could not be built without these protections. We will not build this project at the expense of landowners or anyone. This project will be for Canadians, not against them. This will lead to up to 60,000 jobs, 35 million in windfall, and this will be majorly helpful for the construction industry, the lumber, and the steel industries. Now, let's talk numbers. I'm from Quebec, and I lived through the Quebec tramway debate.
In 2021, the Quebec City's Auditor General sounded the alarm. Every year of delay in the Quebec City tramway resulted in roughly $100 million in additional costs, $100 million per year, simply because decisions were delayed and because deadlines are slipping, and then an uncertainty sets in. And these delays have consequences. They contributed to an explosion in overall costs for this project. And originally, between 2018 and 2019, the project was estimated to cost between $3 billion and $4 billion. And these aren't abstract costs. We're talking about billions of dollars and choices that have a direct impact of the government to invest elsewhere in housing and other services for citizens. Recognizing the past and learning the lessons from the past, building the future with respect and responsibility. That's what this bill does, and that's why we must support it. This bill asks a simple question: what role do we want to play in the Quebec and Canada of tomorrow? We want to be focused on the future and encourage talent, opportunities, and ideas. The high-speed train allows Quebec to be a starting and end spot. This is an investment in our prosperity, a strong move to build a lasting, more connected future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A colleague talked about this vision for the 21st century. The airport in Mirabel was a vision for the 20th century. And I would ask him, because after Mirabel, there was the Expropriation Act, but I would ask him to go back and look at C-15, which suspends what he is referring to ensure that the process is conducted in respecting people. So I would ask him to go back and reread C-15, and then we're always in favor of a vision for the future, but the motion, will he vote for or against it to ensure that the people of Mirabel, we need to give the member the chance to answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. C-15, I did read it. The idea is not to get rid of legislation or regulations. It's to accelerate projects. Look at the big maritime corridors. And now we're talking about a corridor that will take 4 years instead of 8. Look at just the Quebec tramway. It was supposed to cost $750, and now it costs 18 times more that the taxpayers will have to pay. Just between 2018 and 2026. Now we're talking about 4 times the cost. So what we want to do is to reduce costs, and we're bringing it down from 8 years to 4 years while still respecting provincial legislation. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear my colleague speak about the Quebec tram. In the last election, they were elected saying that they were in favor of the tramway. We said we wouldn't put a cent into it. And now they're looking at $13 billion in an investment, and there's nothing set out in the budget for it. And this will have an impact on public transit. Can the colleague give us more information about the Quebec tramway? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague in a neighboring riding. I'm disappointing that we've learned that it'll cost $13 billion. We know it made headlines in Quebec. It's now we're up to $13 billion. And if we wait longer, it'll cost even more. But here today, we're debating a motion that talks about the high-speed train. And we know it's important. We have to look to the future with a reliable and quick project that is effective. People in Quebec City want to be connected outside of Quebec and with Montreal, and also with Toronto. We're talking about business people who will be able to do business in Toronto and Quebec easier and bring back investment to Quebec. It'll be good for my riding and for my colleagues' riding. That's what's important today. We have to ensure that we don't have unnecessary expenses and have reasonable costs. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know, in his opinion, how much time does it take to go from Quebec City to Ottawa by car versus by high-speed train? And I'd like to remind us how constituents can participate in this project. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I make this trip every week by car in the summer. It takes 4.5 hours. It can take 6.5 hours in the winter. In the train, we know when we leave, but we never know when we're going to arrive right now. But for people, the high-speed train would be a major change for me and my family. Right now, I have to leave really early because of the roads and then come back even later. So I know I have young children. So when I was writing my speech, well, I see the importance as a grandparent as well. So in terms of people, there are public consultations on Alto's website. Consult this. Give your opinion. Show up to public consultations. Your opinion is important. We want to hear what you have to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, first, I'd like to reassure everyone. I know several bloc members did this, and I will as well. We are happy with the high-speed train. Is that clear? We asked for it. We have for some years. We were waiting for it. We've defended it, and now it's here. We're happy to have it. Thank you. Nevertheless, let's go back quickly over history. In 1969, the federal government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau decided to expropriate 97 acres of land to build the Mirabel Airport. Well, 97,000 acres, I wasn't even sure what that represented. It's 4 million and some square feet. I also had a hard time imagining that, so I did a calculation. It's 74 football fields. And it's quite a large surface. But Pierre Elliott Trudeau announced in 1969, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and residents of Mirabel, we need your land. It's in the public interest. So people, my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille said earlier, people cried. Children cried to see their fathers cry. It was a tragedy, Mr. Speaker. These people ran farms, and they received a notice in the mail. Sorry, you have to leave. Mr. Trudeau decided to take your land. That happened in 1969. I'll save you the details of this saga and what happened after. People challenged this. They challenged these expropriations. The federal government said, no, we're right. There was debates. And then people were compensated for an amount, which was obviously not enough to buy another land or a home. Far from it. But that was in 1969. In 1985, the federal government said, oops, I think we made a mistake. We took too much land. So they decided to give back some of the land. That's what was announced at the time. Mr. Speaker, there was no land given back at that time. There was resales, and we told people, we'll give you back your land, but you have to pay such and such amount. People didn't have the money to pay for this, and the compensation they received earlier wasn't enough. So some mortgaged the land, others couldn't pay for it. But it wasn't just small amounts. They said they made a mistake. They expropriated a little bit more than they had to, and we'll put it on the market. No. 90 85% of the football fields that I talked about weren't needed, and the federal government admitted it 15 years later. They kicked everyone off this land, and then 15 years later they said they made a mistake. And so this is also a tragedy. It was a tragedy to see then that the Mirabel airport that forced everyone to leave their land for the public good, and you're participating in the history of Quebec and Canada. They took their land, but you're going to be pioneers and heroes. And so we're going to build the best, most amazing airport in the world. Well, what happened? In 2004, they said, well, we also made a mistake on that. The airport, well, we didn't really need it. We're closing it. We're closing it. So what do they do with these flights? We put them in Dorval. And then they said, we're also going to add insult to injury and name the airport the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport. You couldn't have done better to laugh in their faces. I don't know who decided to do this. It was very mean. It was a slap in the face for the people of Mirabel. And that was from the federal government. I don't need to explain this. In 35 years, they expropriated these people. Then they sold back 85% of the land, and then they closed the airport. In 35 years, they spent billions of dollars from our pockets to build this airport and then to compensate people who were expropriated without reason. And then they demolished the airport that we had to pay billions for. This was a very expensive foray. It also cost a lot for families and social ties. And then, surprisingly, people in Mirabel remained traumatized. They're saying, well, they're overly sensitive. Go back and listen to the testimony we heard earlier. My Liberal colleagues were saying, well, they recognize this. They realized it didn't make sense, and we don't want to repeat this. I'm happy to hear that. The member from Mille was even talking about trauma. Well, these people also realized that this didn't make sense. It was savage. That's reassuring. But if you look at the Bloc's motion, it's simple. We're not talking about the high-speed train. We're saying ask the government to apologize. That's the least they could do when they acted like this. Apologize. And then recognize the trauma that your horrible mistakes made. I think if you do something like this, you need to recognize it was a mistake. After giving back 85% of the lands and closing the airport, I think it's really easy to admit this mistake. And third, commit to not doing this again, to not repeat these expropriations without public consultation, social license, and compensation. What's bad with this motion? If I was a Liberal member, I would be quick to say, my government, the government that I inherited, the Liberal government at the time, made a mistake. It didn't make sense, and we apologize. If I was a member, I would say, I apologize on behalf of my government, on behalf of the Canadian government of 1969. I think that's the first thing that should be done. Then I would recognize that it did cause trauma, like several members did do, including the member of Mirabel a few moments ago. So I recognize this trauma. And third, I think we should never see this happen again. So I would ask the government to be careful to never make this mistake again. I almost heard this. I'm sorry. It's not complicated. We teach our children in primary school, if you make a mistake at school with your friends, you apologize. People in Mirabel and across Quebec and even across Canada probably would expect a more responsibility from their government, federal government. And I can't understand how come they can't do so. And I would ask my colleagues to do this, to apologize and recognize the trauma and commit to never do this again and to compensate people. I'll talk about the compensation, but the current high-speed train project, which we have welcomed, unfortunately, it is subject to all sorts of property protections for owners. C-15 gets rid of all this. They can do what they want, when they want, to who they want. And then they say, we're not exaggerating, to be ensure we have enough space. We want a width of 10 kilometers, over 1,000 kilometers between Quebec and Toronto. 1,000 kilometers by 10 kilometers. These people haven't been expropriated yet, but these people live on farms or in homes where they can no longer do work, mortgage their farms or homes, sell them. They can't. The map has been published. Alto published it on their website. People don't have to be afraid. They can just look up Alto and look at the map, and they'll see if they're in the corridor or not. Bras-Brillant, Rosemont, Sainte-Thérèse, Mirabel, I can't name them all. I only have a few seconds left. They are part of this corridor. People can no longer sell their homes there. Impossible. They can no longer mortgage their homes. They can't do construction work either. So these people have to be compensated. They have to be consulted. And we can no longer what we did in 1969. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Québec Centre.
The honourable member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member probably was attentive to what was said this morning and this afternoon. Like he said, several times people expressed their concerns. They remembered all the trauma that people in Mirabel went through. Perhaps he didn't listen to everything that was said, particularly that members in this House should be encouraging their own citizens to participate in the public consultations that are currently happening in Quebec and his riding probably as well. What is his opinion on encouraging people in his riding to participate in these public consultations? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, he's asking me what I should do to encourage my people to no longer be subject to the damage that the federal government did to them. Well, I would ask the government to apologize, to repair, and to commit to never do this again. Mr. Speaker, small correction. It's not the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It's the member for Repentigny, who I'll be sharing my time with. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, we're having two debates here. Government is trying to sell the high-speed rail here, and nobody that I've heard get up today opposes the idea of a high-speed rail. But I think what our colleagues from the bloc are suggesting here, that we don't repeat history. And so I'll take a different approach here in terms of what happened to First Nations. A lot of education had to happen first before we start to understand what we're trying to reconcile. So I kind of think what the bloc is getting at is that we should educate Canadians on the dangers of expropriation from the past so we don't repeat them in the future. Would my colleague from the bloc agree with that statement?
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that he is a member of an Indigenous nation, and that's why he's so aware of this issue of not repeating the mistakes of the past. I don't want to use a swear word, but we shouldn't expropriate people savagely from lands that have been theirs for generations. So, yes, there will be consultations, they've said. Of course, people will go to them. But for the time being, there are no consultations set out for Mirabel. They keep saying this. Look at the corridor and you're targeted. We're not sure what you're going to receive. We don't know when or how. Perhaps you won't be expropriated, but maybe you will be. That's unacceptable. This is major damage that's easy to avoid if we plan a bit better. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Once again, everyone seems to understand why we need to support this motion, except for the Liberals. And I think everyone in this House is wondering how one can possibly vote against this motion. I think my colleague showed that quite clearly. And now, I would like to ask my colleague about another issue. When this government forced through Bill C5, does that not contradict the fact that they're saying they want to carry out consultations while respecting environmental regulations? But meanwhile, their national interest project, legislation C5, doesn't that contradict that very thing? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my Honourable colleague for the question. It's very relevant. Yes, clearly there's a contradiction here. The government is telling us that it's no big deal, that they're going to carry out consultations. But that very same government forced through legislation that will enable them to completely ignore all of the regulations and protection measures we have. And they're telling us not to worry because they say they're going to do consultations. They must think we're fools. We know that the past is the best indication of what's going to happen in the future, and what happened in Mirabel is very concerning. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, what's happening today is very important because it reminds us of the deep wounds, the families that were literally uprooted by the building of Mirabel Airport in 1969. And that still hasn't healed today. We see that there's a great deal of arrogance here and a lack of consideration. And that is why it's so important to have this opposition day today. The very fact that this government is considering a second expropriation of some of these lots, that of course brings back terrible memories for people in Mirabel. And in fact, I think everyone in Quebec who saw what happened at that time is going to be upset about this. After all, even if the train itself is going to go quickly, that's no reason to go so quickly when you're trying to bring in this project. This government is doing the exact opposite of what we need for social acceptability. Today, we're talking about a significant transit project here. And we've talked several times about the fact that this government has backslid on the environment. And we've heard about the fact that there has been a decrease or cuts of $5 billion on the transit fund. And so here, with the high-speed rail project, the government would have an opportunity to show that they haven't completely given up on this. And that they would consider a project that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help people's quality of life. But if they don't actually bring people on board in advance of making a decision, of course there are going to be problems, especially when you consider that Mirabel went through an enormous collective trauma, and the fact that the government is just going to once again try to bulldoze it through and bringing in these phony consultations that are not worthy of the name. They're more like happy hours just to promote the project, when instead they should show a great deal of delicacy to make sure that people in Mirabel don't feel deeply upset about this. So today we're asking for the government to offer an apology, as it should. But the government is showing no sign of wanting to do this. It's very concerning. The mayor of Mirabel told us that she actually doesn't know what's happening on the ground, and that the government is once again trying to push this through, no matter how much it upsets people. And this is not just about individuals, it's also about agricultural businesses. For example, In Lanaudière, we see that the agricultural union is very concerned because the federal government came in with a 10-kilometer wide route. They are planning to split the lands over this 10-kilometer wide route. And we see that, for example, in Terrebonne, there have been more of these unconvincing consultations. This is not going to enable real social acceptability for this project, a project that is currently being mismanaged. The problem isn't the project itself, the problem is how it's being done. By treating consultations like this with a real refusal to actually listen to people, to listen to farmers, as well as industry and businesses. And again, we're talking about a 10-kilometer wide corridor, so people are really worried about a possible expropriation. Why talk about a 10-kilometer wide corridor when we know perfectly well that a rail corridor is much less wide than that? We know that people are very connected to their land. And so not listening to what people are saying is not only a lack of consideration, but it's also a recipe for disaster. Once again, it's a refusal to find solutions that would enable Canada to arrive in the 21st century. Madame Terrien, the mayor of Mirabel, actually only learned in the media that the project was supposed to pass through her territory. Again, she's a mayor. She had to learn that in the media. She had to actually remind the government of the importance of adequately consulting the people of Mirabel. What is happening today in Mirabel shows that it is key that the government apologize, because what's happening on the ground shows that the government is not actually aware of the reality for people in Mirabel and in Quebec. And even in the January 28th announcement, the message was clear. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past.
Mais si les erreurs du passé.
Well, if that's what we're trying to avoid, of course, we need to remember the expropriations. And there is an Expropriations Act to try to avoid these problems. And yet, in this budget, there are provisions to suspend elements of the Expropriations Act. For example, the requirement of holding true public consultation. More should be done, listening to what other towns have said, like Terrebonne and Mascouche. These towns are asking for true public consultation. And worse still, and people might even have their expropriation announced by email. It shows a real lack of consideration. It's shameful and very concerning. The Liberals' approach is to try to push things through without dialogue, which increases people's mistrust, even when it comes to things that otherwise would be positive. For example, here to fight climate change and to help transport Canadians, especially Quebecers. What we're seeing here is that currently the government is actually shooting itself in the foot. It's not moving forward, it's actually going backward. So yes, we hope the government will hold real consultations. It needs to consult mayors and local businesses because this is their home, but currently this is not actually taking place. Not a proper consultation in Mirabel. We're still waiting for a process that would actually lead to accountability. You can't have a consultation process without clear minutes and records and accountability. without really hearing what people's concerns are. Considering this is a project that will cost tens of billions of dollars, this is very concerning.
On revient à l'expérience de 69.
Going back to what happened in 1969, we can see that once again, the federal government has deeply traumatized everyone without even having the measures that now, the powers that it brought in currently, these excessive measures. We really have to wonder, how far will this go? Especially considering that C-15 does indeed give key powers on expropriation and would enable Alto to have significant powers, especially when it comes to building the high-speed rail. If it goes too quickly, things might go wrong. But this seems to be the government's MO on major projects. We do not want the Impact Assessment Act to be applied selectively. We need appropriate environmental assessment. We need them to be exhaustive. We need them to be properly done, which is exactly the opposite of what we see. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague mentioned that there will be many advantages to the Alto project. 100,000 fewer cars. The transit time would be decreased by 50% with greater convenience and comfort. With 50,000 good jobs. 26,000 people have already participated in the consultation process, and it's just starting out. How does my colleague intend to encourage other people in his riding to participate? Mr. Speaker, coming back to the very reason that we have this opposition day motion, we've been speaking about Mirabel and the fact that we need apologies. So with all due respect, I'm a bit disappointed to not hear my colleague speak about Mirabel in his question. But yes, we know that people want more consultations. They want more real sessions, true consultation, not merely opportunities to talk about how great the project is, but actual consultations, as Quebec usually does.
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the motion is an apology to the residents of Mirabel for expropriation. And I'm using this opportunity as an educational point. I didn't know about this happening back in 1969. And I do get why the Bloc has put this motion on the table so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Government seems to be reluctant to support this motion. But can I ask my colleague from the Bloc there, in terms of expropriation, what is his understanding of where this takes place? Does it take place within the environmental assessment, or does it take place outside of the environmental assessment that provides some type of pathway for a high-speed rail?
Honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. If things were being done properly, there would be a real environmental assessment. People would really be able to trust the entity, and people could really express their opinion, but currently that's not what we have. Right now what we need is a final project, and then people will be able to express themselves. But right now people are concerned about the 10-kilometer wide area, and they're worried about going through this trauma once again. We're very concerned about that, and we need the government to recognize that and apologize. And we need the government to improve its consultation process so it doesn't tear apart communities, because people are very scared, and they're right to be scared. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this debate, we've been seeing Quebec Liberal members not wanting to state whether they're going to vote for our motion or not. They're towing the party line. But what will happen if some of them are courageous enough to vote for the motion, but the entire cabinet, all of the Quebec members vote no? Does that not show that there is no real way to make sure that Quebec really has a voice in this government? The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. Well, what I've been seeing, unfortunately, ever since this new parliament came in, is that all of the government causes, even the Quebec members, are always vote with the government, and don't defend Quebec. So his question is entirely hypothetical, because I don't think any Quebec member, whether within cabinet or not, will rise to support this motion and to say that we should apologize. I would be delighted to see it, but I'll believe it when I see it, because hitherto no one has been willing to ignore the party line. We have time for a very brief question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton Bikajwang. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not know why the Liberals don't want to apologize, because historically they're always eager to apologize after each and every scandal. What does the member think? Why don't the Liberals want to apologize? The honourable member for Repentigny. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would really want to ask our Liberal colleagues the why of this. Why not apologize? It's really unclear to me. They're not giving any decent reason for why they won't apologize. They need to respect the people of Mirabel. They need to apologize. Resuming debate. Before calling on the member for Les Pays d'en Haut, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the House. The member will be interrupted for statements and question period. He will have a couple of minutes and can then continue. So, with that said, the honourable member, please. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this House for the first time in 2026 on behalf of my constituents in Les Pays d'en Haut. Mr. Speaker, before we turn towards the future, we must also remember the past. The Government of Canada recognizes the expropriations that took place to build the Mirabel Airport at the end of the 60s. The government recognizes that this deeply wounded the people of Mirabel. Families and communities were affected, and for many Quebecers, those sensitive memories had never entirely disappeared. And I think, apart from the member for Mirabel, I'm probably the person in this House who spent the most time there. I was an engineer in Mirabel. I built roads, water infrastructure, parks, bike paths. And during that time, I was honored to meet with people there, to work with their municipal employees. And I met the new mayor, who cares deeply about the people in Mirabel. I'm thinking of communities like Saint-Janvier, Saint-Benoît, Saint-Hermas, Saint-Stolastique, Saint-Augustin, Saint-Monique, and Saint-Canute. All of these neighborhoods are part of Mirabel, and they make it a beautiful town, an amazing part of our region, and we are very proud to collaborate with this town on a number of files. Mr. Speaker, we fully intend to build national interest projects in this country without repeating the mistakes of the past. The Bloc Québécois is trying to tell people that building high-speed rail will harm communities. I will continue on this topic after question period. The honourable member, I'm sorry I've lost track of the time, but the member will have around 7 or 8 minutes after question period.
Déclaration de député, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's official. The Prime Minister is suffering from amnesia. When it comes to the climate crisis, he has the memory of a goldfish. Remember when, in a past life, the Prime Minister was the UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and Finance? Remember when he led the Net Zero Banking Alliance? Well, he doesn't seem to remember any of that. Not only is the Prime Minister backtracking on the oil and gas sector emissions cap, not only is he ready to approve a new pipeline, but we just found out that the Canada Pension Plan has invested $7.1 billion in new fossil fuel assets. This is the exact opposite of what the Prime Minister said he would do. This is a classic case of flip-flopping and betraying people's trust. How can we convince banks and investment firms to turn their backs on oil and gas to comply with the Paris Agreement when the Liberal government is doing the exact opposite? I know that some Liberal MPs want green taxation. Now is the time to stand up and speak out against this government's deadly policies. The government is headed for disaster at full speed.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the loss of a community champion in the Bay of Quinte region, a person of deep faith and conviction, and also a dear friend, Reverend Dr. Aruna Alexander. Immigrating to Canada as a young woman and studying divinity at the University of Toronto, Aruna was ordained by the United Church of Canada and dedicated her life to breaking down barriers and fighting racism across society, and later became the passionate leader of the Bay of Quinte chapter of the United Nations Association of Canada. Aruna was a force of nature and someone who did not suffer lightly the denigration of the noble intentions of equity, diversity, and inclusion. She lived it every day. I want to send my condolences to her husband David, family, and her congregations. Mr. Speaker, I will miss her wisdom and humor greatly, and I hope everyone in this House can help me send condolences to her loved ones. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with tremendous pride to celebrate two remarkable athletes for my riding who are carrying our proud Canadian flag on the world stage. This year, our Olympic and Paralympic hockey teams will feature two hometown heroes whose talent and determination embody the very best of Elgin County and of Canada. From Rodney, the great Bo Horvat will don the maple leaf with our Olympic team for the first time, and from Wallacestown, James Dunn returns as a star on our para ice hockey team. Their dedication, resilience, and unwavering commitment to their sport inspire us all back home. Bo, James, your achievements reflect the strength of our communities and the spirit of every young athlete who dreams big. All of Elgin County, and I think I can say all Canadians, will be cheering you on every step of the way. We're so proud of you both. Keep your sticks on the ice and bring home the gold.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise in the House today to mark Black History Month, to honor Black excellence, resistance, resilience, and brilliance across our great country. 2026 marks the 30 years since Black History Month was formally recognized in this House. However, we know that Black history goes beyond centuries here in what we call Canada. From early settlers to abolitionists, community leaders, artists, athletes, entrepreneurs, public servants, and politicians, Black Canadians have touched all parts of Canada's history and continue to shape this great country. Black History Month is not only a time to reflect on our past, but to celebrate our achievements and recommit to building a future rooted in equity, inclusion, and opportunity for all. This month and every month, we recognize Black History Month here in this great country, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to pay tribute to two paramedics in the Richmond-Arthabasca riding whose courage and composure should be recognized. On January 8th, when a major fire broke out in a building on King Street in Richmond, Serge Boulanger and David Leclerc, paramedics with the Coopérative des Travailleurs d'Ambulance de l'Estrie, showed great bravery. They quickly arrived at the scene of the fire and realized that there were still vulnerable people inside. Without hesitating, they entered the smoke-filled building to rescue an elderly tenant who was completely unaware of the danger. Their quick, smart, and safe response saved a life and helped patients and victims. They went above and beyond their duties. They demonstrated great responsibility, courage, and humanity. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to thank them and highlight their outstanding commitment. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 Milan Cortina Winter Olympic Games will officially begin tomorrow. Over 3,000 passionate athletes from around the world will compete in the sports they have honed to perfection to get to the Olympics. Over 200 athletes will proudly represent Canada with passion and courage. For the first time, there will be more female Canadian athletes than male Canadian athletes at the Games. Sherbrooke will be proudly represented by Kim Boutin, Félix Roussel, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles in short track speed skating, Antoine Gélina Beaulieu in long track speed skating, and Marion Thénault in freestyle skiing. Martin Fréchette, a nutritionist, will keep our athletes in top shape. To our beloved Olympians, may this great sporting event be an opportunity for you to push your limits and live your dreams to the fullest. Give it your all, have fun, challenge yourselves, and most importantly, remember that here at home, the whole country is rooting for you. Go Canada, go! Go Sherbrooke, go!
The honourable member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador has a long history of building boats and protecting North America during the wars. Unfortunately, it seems like this Liberal government is overlooking our province as they build their icebreaker maintenance facility. In my region alone, we currently have 4 industry ports sitting idle. We have Marystown Shipyard, Cowhead Facility, the Bull Arm Fabrication Site, and the retired Navy base of Argentia. Newfoundlanders have used these sites to build vessels, ferries, and even large oil rigs. With all these previous projects, our tradespeople have become the best boat builders in the world. But the last Liberal decade, these sites have been empty. And now, Newfoundland and Labradorians have 74% of its tradespeople unemployed. 74%. Mr. Speaker, we have the ports, we have the people. Let's get a government that gets our people to work.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this year the Sopilka Ukrainian Dance School, located in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre, is celebrating 55 years of preserving and sharing Ukrainian culture. Sopilka began as a small Ukrainian language class and grew into one of Manitoba's most respected dance schools. The school was founded in the early 1970s by Vicki Adams, a constituent of mine and a lifelong champion for Ukrainian culture, education, and community life. Her extraordinary contributions were recently recognized with a King's Coronation Medal, reflecting decades of volunteerism and leadership, including her deep involvement with the Ukrainian Holy Family Church. For generations of young people, Sopilka has been a place where discipline, history, and cultural pride are passed down. Through performances across Manitoba and beyond, Sopilka has helped ensure that Ukrainian traditions remain vibrant, visible, and proud. Congratulations to Vicki Adams, Artistic Director Christina Freikas, the dancers, instructors, families, and alumni on 55 remarkable years, to many more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Canada's economy is on life support, and the country is in recession watch. Bloomberg reports per capita GDP is still falling, and the economy is growing at only 1% annually. GDP growth in November was 0%, and real GDP is expected to decline 0.1% in the fourth quarter. And the news for business is bleak. Businesses are postponing their expansion plans. These numbers matter. When our economy isn't growing, Canadians are getting poorer. The Liberals want to blame outside forces instead of taking action here at home. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but hasn't gotten rid of a single anti-development law or bureaucracy. He only needs to listen to our ideas and introduce a plan that gets his government's barriers and tax burdens out of the way so Canadians can build.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, many of us were dismayed to hear that Quebec would not be represented on the Canadian men's hockey team at the Milan Cortina Olympics. Quebec has always produced outstanding players, and the QMJHL has won more Memorial Cups in recent years than the Ontario or Western Leagues. Yet Quebec players are absent from the team, and French may be absent as well. This decision by Hockey Canada shows a total lack of consideration for Quebec. But, surprise, Quebecers will be able to cheer on one of their own at the Olympics. Phil Pietronero is from Saint-Eustache. He played part of his junior hockey career with the Val-d'Or Foreurs, where he contributed to the team's victory in the President's Cup in 2014. Today, he is an Olympian as a member of the national team of Italy. From Saint-Eustache to Milan-Corto via Abitibi Témiscamingue, Phil Pietroniro will allow Quebecers to cheer on one of their own by proudly shouting, Viva Italia!
Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, International Development Week is a moment to reflect on how global challenges are connected and how smart investments can create lasting change. One of the major drivers of food insecurity is climate change, especially in the world's most vulnerable communities. That's why Canada is investing in women and economic empowerment as part of its international development efforts. I joined the Mennonite Central Committee Canada, Canadian Lutheran World Relief, and the Canadian Food Grains Bank for a breakfast on the Hill. Speakers shared that Canada's ODA investments are delivering results, and that when women have access to resources, education, and leadership opportunities, families eat better, communities grow stronger, and local economies become more resilient. This International Development Week, I would like to thank all organizations, team members, volunteers, and donors for your contributions in making Waterloo, Canada, and the world a better place. Your efforts demonstrate what it means to be Canadian, and by working together, we can deliver prosperity through partnerships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
The Prime Minister promised to build homes at a speed not seen since the Second World War. That was the rhetoric, but it was just an illusion because the CEO of Build Canada Homes came to Parliament this week and told us that in fact just 9 homes are built and move-in ready. Just 9. That's the reality, and it's a stark and disappointing reality for young Canadians who face it every day. Their ambition to own a home has turned into disappointment, and that disappointment is turning into defeat. New home sales are down 45% in the GTA, and the Canadian Home Builders Association warns that we are in for a lost decade of home ownership. Well, on this side of the House, our Conservative message is one of hope, always has been, and we have offered the government several positive solutions. Incentivize towns and cities to reduce development charges, tie funding to results, not just promises, reward those who build. So for the sake of the next generation, will the Liberals please stop obstructing these ideas and get out of the way?
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Down Friday,
Mr.
the 2026 Olympic Winter Games would officially open in Milan, Cortina d'Ampezzo in Italy. I want to extend my best wishes to all Canadian athletes competing with a special cheers to those representing our national capital region. Zachary Connolly, Mike Evelyn O'Higgins, Antoine Cyr, Paul Poirier, Kaylee Osborne, Isabelle Weinman, Catherine Stewart-Jones, Rachel Oman, Emma Miskew, Cédric Brunet, Jared Schmitz, Anna Schmitz, Valérie Grenier. Je ne peux m'empêcher d'exprimer.
I cannot help but express how proud I am to highlight the participation of our local hero, Yvanie Blondin, from my riding of Orleans. Mr. Speaker, she will defend her title in speed skating.
To every Canadian athlete, Canada is behind you all the way. Go Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Finance Minister met with major grocers promising to stabilize food prices. Since then, Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. Now he's rolling out another temporary rebate, about $5 a week, for a $300 grocery bill. Sure, you'll take it, but it barely makes a dent. Meanwhile, according to Food Banks Canada, almost 20% of food bank clients are not employed full-time. Food inflation is now hitting working Canadians hard. Food inflation is now twice as high as when this Prime Minister took office. Local food banks in my riding are feeling it too. The Wheatland County Food Bank reported record demand in 2025, the highest numbers they've ever seen. The Liberals can blame global factors all they want, but the reality is their fuel standards add 7 cents a litre today, 17 tomorrow, and that hits farmers, truckers, and the cost of food for every family. You would think Liberals would stop obstructing common sense solutions and actually cut the cost of food.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we mark International Development Week, a time to recognize the people in partnership that help build a safer, healthier, and more prosperous world. At a time when the world is facing growing conflict, humanitarian crises, climate change, and economic uncertainty, international development work is more important than ever. I want to thank Canadians working across the international development sector in NGOs, multilateral institutions, community organizations, and public service who dedicate their skills and compassion to improve the lives of those around the globe. Their work support women and girls, strengthen health and education systems, respond to emergencies, and helps communities build resilience in the face of instability and poverty. Often working in difficult and uncertain conditions, they reflect the best of Canada's values: cooperation, respect, and shared humanity. International development is all about partnership, dignity, and long-term impact, and remains essential to building a more stable and connected world for all of us. So on behalf of this House, I want to thank them for their commitment and their service. Thank you for your work.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Over the weekend, I had a heartbreaking conversation with Crewellen Helmegen, a friend of mine who had just learned of the loss of his heroic son, Gunner Sebastian Helmegen. Since Confederation, countless Canadians have answered their nation's call to serve, sacrifice, and all too often to never come home. Prime Minister Borden, speaking in 1916, remarked, and I quote, "On the solemn truth that the nation is not constituted of the living alone, there are those as well who have passed away and those yet to be born. So this responsibility comes to us as heirs of the past and trustees of the future." Sebastian told his father, who shared with me, that he wanted every young person to know that sacrifice and commitment to the Canadian Armed Forces was noble and worthy. I want to thank him for his service and his ultimate sacrifice. Offer my prayers and love to his wonderful family, and on behalf of all parliamentarians, say that we will never forget what he gave us.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, as a part of Black History Month, we are celebrating the history of Black people, their resilience, and their important contributions to Canadian society. In Bourassa, this is an everyday reality because we have a significant Haitian population in our riding. This solidarity and their contributions enrich my riding and my colleagues' ridings too. For generations now, Black women and men in Canada have contributed to all walks of life, to all spheres. They strengthen our social fabric and they make us a more welcoming and inclusive country. Black History Month is a time to remember, but it's also a time to be proud and a time of recognition. This reminds us that diversity is a source of strength for Canada. Mr. Speaker, beyond our differences, beyond where we come from, we are one people united by the values of respect, dignity, and solidarity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need hope. Hope for affordable groceries. Since this Prime Minister took office, he has promised to be judged by grocery store prices. Costs are rising twice as fast amongst the other G7 countries. And I asked the Prime Minister why. It's because of our weak dollar, he said. But he needs to protect it. Can the Prime Minister explain why he gave us a weak dollar and expensive groceries? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote the Leader of the Opposition from 26. He invited his colleagues to turn this rhetoric into reality. We see obstruction right now. Canadians asked us to present a plan to grow the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canada's sovereignty and to ensure that Canadian families, our seniors, the young people, have a promising future, Mr. Speaker. Can the Leader of the Opposition, will he support the government to pass our budget? Rather than quoting people, he, in 2023, said that he would stabilize grocery prices before Thanksgiving. Now, it's been more than 2 years, and grocery prices are rising twice as much. We have the worst food inflation amongst the other G7 countries, And this finance minister who caused these issues, he's still in power. Why does the Prime Minister continue with these taxes and inflationary deficits? And why is he depriving Canadians of affordable food? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, allow me to help the Leader of the Opposition. He wrote in 2026 that it's time to leave rhetoric aside and to look at the reality of the situation. I know that the Leader of the Opposition was very concerned about his own future at the time, but if he saw the measure we announced to ensure food stability, there'll be a benefit that will help families. There'll be $500 million to have more food, and more importantly, he has the opportunity to support the government to help Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Under this Liberal government and under that particular minister, auto production has fallen by half. And the Prime Minister was elected promising that he would protect the auto industry and get a deal with the U.S. by July 21st. He broke both of those promises, and since there have been job losses at Cami Ingersoll, GM Oshawa, Stellantis Brampton, and PACCAR au Québec. Mr. Speaker, today he finally flip-flopped on his cherished EV mandate, but is bringing in a new subsidy for people to buy American-made automobiles. Why is he forcing Canadian workers to pay taxes to subsidize American vehicles?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I know it's Thursday, but I have good news for the Leader of the Opposition. I have very good news for him, and I have good news for Canadian. It's called the Canada Auto Strategy, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Prime Minister of Canada today was standing up for Canadian workers, for Canadian industry, for the future of the industry in this country. They can yell as much as they want on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, but the workers know what we have done for them. They know what we're doing today and what we're going to do in the future. Mr. Speaker, we'll build Canada strong.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that minister was in charge of industrial policy. He's the Minister of Industry, while automobile production fell in Canada by half. And now under this Prime Minister, we've lost 5,000 more auto jobs. Here's the deal that he's announced today. The American president will continue to tariff Canadian-made automobiles going into the U.S., while Canadian taxpayers will be forced to subsidize American vehicles coming back into Canada. Instead of subsidizing American vehicles and killing Canadian jobs, why not take our plan to take the GST off Canadian-made automobiles?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will tell him that under my watch, for the first time in Canadian history, we brought a European manufacturer to invest in our country, Mr. Speaker. It's called Volkswagen. It's called St. Thomas. It's called the car of the future, Mr. Speaker. Volkswagen has invested a record amount in Canada, Mr. Speaker. They can yell as much as they want, but the people in St. Thomas know who did it. They know what we're doing today, and they know we're going to support our worker, our industry, and the auto sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. Let them continue to criticize.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's literally yelling for us to stop yelling. This is an example of the Liberal illusion. The Prime Minister has put in charge of finance the industry minister who is responsible for auto production in Canada falling by half. Wow. And the present collapse of auto production and jobs in our country. Now, the Prime Minister broke his promise to negotiate a deal with the U.S., and now he wants to subsidize U.S.-made vehicles. Why not take taxes off Canadian-made vehicles so that we can bring home jobs to our country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't need to speak loud because Canadians know what we did. If he wants to look at what we did under my watch, Mr. Speaker, let him talk about Windsor, Mr. Speaker, and about Nexstar. What we did, Mr. Speaker, is to see where the puck is going. That is truly Canadian. Making sure that we build the auto sector of today, but the auto sector of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. We understood, and not even just Canadian, Bloomberg said that Canada would have the most complete supply chain when it comes to EV, Mr. Speaker. We are proud of our record. We are proud to invest in Canadian workers, and we'll build the industry of the future together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Bloomberg just said that the economy in Canada is shrinking under that minister and this prime minister, but from failed economic Liberal policy to failed immigration Liberal policy, Liberals have unleashed an extortion crisis by allowing Bishnoi gangsters into our country without screening. Now, they are allowing them to stay here by even after they're convicted if they make a phony refugee claim. Conservatives moved a motion at committee to kick extortionists out of our country after they've been convicted. Liberals voted it down. Wow. Will they join with us, stop obstructing, pass an amendment to the law so that we can kick extortionists and fake refugee claimants out of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to extortion, the Conservatives have been uniquely unhelpful in advancing the laws that police are telling us they need to combat extortion. I received a message this morning from Patrick Brown, the Mayor of Brampton, saying that the Peel Regional Police have asked him to pass along the message that the Strong Borders Act is necessary to provide lawful access to help law enforcement break up extortion rings. Mr. Speaker, for months they have obstructed measures that were going to make bail and sentencing tougher on extortionists. It's one thing to stand up and make noise in the House of Commons. It's another to get the laws adopted. Let's do the job Canadians demand.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, some retirees have not received their old age pensions for 9 months. Civil servants warned the government last summer that this was due to Curem. But the Liberals didn't listen to the public servants. They gagged them. And the government's instructions to the civil servants was to absolutely not tell people that the delays or payment errors are because of Curem. Instead of attacking whistleblowers, why doesn't the government help retirees? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The department is doing everything it can to rapidly solve the issues. This includes enhancing training so that personnel is able to deal with requests faster. There are positive signs are showing that this training is paying off. Our bureau contacted the member across the way to see if they have any urgent cases, and I would ask them to contact me so we can respond. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, there are seniors who are not receiving their old age pensions, and instead of helping them, the Liberals are trying to protect themselves. It's extremely worrisome because the same Curem system is experiencing problems with the payment of old age and also EI and the federal pension plan. By minimizing the problems instead of solving them, the Liberals are creating the perfect conditions for a storm that would make Phoenix look like a simple storm. When are they going to fix the problems instead of intimidating public servants? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government is protecting seniors. We are offering dental care, enhanced OAS, and lodging for seniors. We're modernizing the digital and benefit system. And I would ask the member across the way to give me the names of these people, and we will help them. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, one wonders if the minister reads French language media, because if she did, she would stop downplaying the problems of retirees who are not receiving their old age pensions. And if so, they would know that civil servants have resorted to acting as whistleblowers because they're so fed up with being silenced instead of being helped. Enough is enough. There are errors in pensions because of the Curem software. All civil servants are saying so, and the Liberals seem to be putting more energy into covering up the problem rather than solving it. When are they going to take action? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I do read French language medium, but I also work in English and in French, like many people in this House.
Mr. Speaker, we have focused all our resources on making sure that we get
get through the waiting list. Mr. Speaker, it is shrinking every day. I thank the civil service, by the way, for taking the effort to learn this system and learn it well. And as I mentioned, we've been in contact with these members of Parliament. If they have urgent cases, please send them to me. We haven't received any names yet.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
3 years ago, the finance minister promised to stabilize food prices, and he did, at record highs. Canada now has the worst food inflation in the G7, twice as high as when the Prime Minister took office and twice as high as the U.S. And now the minister offers another temporary rebate that won't lower the price of a single item, while admitting his so-called historic summit that he got CEOs to come to Ottawa for was a failure. They voted against our common sense motion yesterday to lower food costs. Why won't they just take off the taxes off of food?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The real question, Mr. Speaker, is why won't the Conservatives vote for the plan, the Prime Minister's plan, the Prime Minister's economic plan, the one that gets projects built quickly, that puts $1 trillion of investment into our economy, that uses Canadian lumber, Canadian steel, Canadian ingenuity, and the great union work of Canadian brothers and sisters to build our country strong? When, I just want a date from the honourable member, when will they pass the Budget Implementation Act, the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Speaker, my colleague knows that I'm talking about a grocery plan, but it doesn't actually lower the price of groceries. It's a $10 coupon on a $300 grocery bill, and it's insulting. And the rebate won't lower a single price. That's, of course, after they put forward a budget, which this wasn't even in. Meanwhile, they keep hiking the fuel taxes, the packaging taxes, driving food costs higher, and blaming everyone else and their decade of failure for it. Why won't they lower the prices? If they won't do that, why don't they take the taxes off of food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's insulting to the constituents of Thornhill? When that member votes against the very things that they themselves are saying are useful. In fact, not just her constituents, but certainly the food banks in her riding would say that the announcement the Prime Minister made on the GST, on the essentials benefit, and on strengthening our food security, and on supporting food banks, and on supporting producers is exactly what we need to do for food security in this country. She needs to get on board and stop voting against the very constituents she represents.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Prime Minister is doing everything possible to ignore the reality that Canadians are facing in their daily lives. Food inflation in Canada is twice as high as it is in the United States, and the temporary measures that the Liberals are offering will not result in a single grocery price reduction. They had an opportunity to collaborate yesterday and pass our motion, which would have lowered prices at the grocery store, but they voted against it. Why is it that the Prime Minister's personal agenda always comes before the needs of everyday Canadians?
Good question.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister with world-class business and economic experience. We've cut taxes for millions of Canadians, and just last week we announced a groceries and essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. The Conservative leader has never had a job in the economy. He continues to obstruct. He continues to talk rhetoric. It's time for that leader to get on board, help us build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, this Prime Minister is traveling around the world and making big speeches, but what is he really achieving for Canadians? Food inflation is twice as high as when the Prime Minister took office, and Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. The Prime Minister promised to be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Yesterday, Conservatives tried to help by presenting a real solution to lower grocery prices for Canadians, yet the Liberals voted against this common sense motion. So will the Prime Minister now eat his words because Canadians can't?
Wow.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister is doing is creating investment in Canada, investment that has made it such that Canada created more jobs than the United States. Not more per capita, not more per capita, more I hope he keeps traveling and bringing home those jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, Canada leads the G7 in food inflation. Prices are rising twice as fast as in the United States, and yesterday the Liberals voted against the Conservative plan to lower food costs. The industrial carbon tax is driving up costs for farm machinery, for fertilizers, and for food processors. When you tax the farmer, you tax every Canadian. When will the Liberals work with us to cut this unnecessary industrial carbon tax and the 17 cents a litre fuel standard tax that are driving up grocery prices?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague from British Columbia is asking a question about something that's incredibly important to all Canadians. And you know what? This government has taken steps to address this. We are introducing the Groceries and Essentials benefit, which is going to put money in the pockets of families so that they can acquire the things that they need. A family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and $1,400 for the next 4 years. We're taking action to support the families in BC.
The honourable member for Charlebourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we know that since the Liberals have come to power, grocery prices are up, the cost of living is up, and for a single-parent family, it's harder for them to pay for rent. Can the Prime Minister confirm that all the members of the Cabinet agree with the idea of personally helping vulnerable people to have access to affordable housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's important to take account of the needs of our constituents, and the strategy we're adopting is one that's based on giving back purchasing power to Canadians. And that's essentially what we're focusing on. For us, it's important. But in this strategy, there are food strategies. There are also job creation strategies. And we also need the cooperation from the opposition, not obstruction. Thank you. Just to specify, I won't be voting personally. Well, the honourable member for Charlebourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague across the way did not hear the news, but in the Journal de Montréal this morning, we learned that a single-parent mother is being kicked out of her housing, and this member realized that she's showing a lack of empathy and morals. Honourable Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this has any relationship with anything to do with our government administration. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals should never have cancelled the incentives for the purchase of EVs. So it's good news that they're being reinstated for vehicles manufactured here or in countries with which we have free trade agreements like Europe. But the problem is that the federal government is blocking affordable EVs from Europe. Ottawa has decided that these cars, which are good for everyone else on the planet, are not good enough for Canada. Will the government offer people a choice by allowing European electric cars?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, we welcome these EVs because our rebate applies as part of the free trade agreement, including that with Europe. So our auto strategy includes a lot of incentives to attract people to increase our future in electric vehicles in Canada. That's exactly what our policy is doing. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, reinstating incentives for the purchase of EVs is a small step forward, but it still doesn't erase the Liberals' setbacks and bringing EVs in. It won't lead to lasting mobility. They cut $5 billion from the public transit fund while subsidizing oil companies to the tune of tens of billions. They're also agreeing with Alberta to build a new dirty oil pipeline, even as they claim to be promoting electric transportation. Why is it that when it comes to the Liberals, they take one step forward but 1,000 steps backward?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. But once again, it's the opposite. Our announcement today includes a national network for EVs with an investment of $1.5 billion. So this is a national project which includes Quebec to welcome this green future and EVs in our country.
The honourable member for Parry-Sound-Muskoka.
New home sales in the GTA have fallen to their lowest level in 45 years, putting 100,000 jobs at risk. Home ownership among 30 to 34-year-olds has dropped from 62% to 52%. Young Canadians are losing hope. 93% of Gen Z and millennials are worried about housing, and nearly half of them are planning to leave their home communities. The Prime Minister promised to help Canadians buy their first home. So after nearly a decade, why are sales collapsing, builders laying off workers, and ownership is getting further and further out of reach?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a good day to be asking that question. We've introduced the Build Canada Homes Act this morning. Precisely, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that young Canadians have access to affordable housing going forward. We've dedicated $13 billion in the budget. We need the support of members in this House to pass that budget, to invest in young Canadians. We need the support. We don't need obstruction on the Build Canada Homes Act to make sure we have a lean, mean agency to deliver that funding to young Canadians.
The honourable member for Parry-Sound-Muskoka.
Well, I guess we shouldn't be surprised that the minister is talking about his Build Canada Rentals project, but home ownership is what's collapsing. In 2020, 69% of starts were for ownership. Today, it's 49%. New home sales are down 45% in the GTA, and builders are laying off workers. So it's a very simple question to the minister. Do you really, truly believe that creating a fourth federal housing bureaucracy without reducing taxes or fees or all the approval delays will really make it easier for Canadians to buy their first home?
Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned that the member opposite doesn't care about renters. In my city, half of the population rents housing. And certainly we do not discriminate against those who choose to buy or rent. Many Canadians don't have a choice. That's why we have to make affordable housing options possible for all Canadians, make sure they have a safe home. We don't need any delays in this House to the budget or to the Build Canada Homes Act. We need to deliver affordable housing for Canadians. I hope the member will support us on our bill.
Honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new report from the Missing Middle Initiative warns of a lost decade for home ownership. For every 100 new adults, there will be only 12 housing starts intended for ownership. Nearly half of young Canadians say they've considered leaving their city or province because of housing costs. Now the market is seizing up. New home sales in the GTA have hit a 45-year low, putting 100,000 jobs at risk. Builders are laying off workers and fear they may not survive. When will the Liberals adopt our plan to get their bureaucracy out of the way so young Canadians can buy?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is critical that we build housing in the GTA that is affordable. We want to get the industry back building affordable housing for Canadians, certainly in the GTA, but across the country. We're seeing good housing starts in many cities across the country, but we're just getting started with affordability. And we need to deliver with members around this House on the Build Canada Homes Act. No obstruction. Let's get to building.
Hear, hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are being locked out from home ownership. Home ownership is collapsing. For 30 to 34-year-olds, it fell from 60% to 52%. Supply is broken. For every 100 new adults, only 12 ownership homes are built. Sales are crashing, down 45% in the GTA, down 56% in Vancouver. Builders are laying off workers. 100,000 jobs are at risk. 93% of young Canadians are worried. When will the Liberals adopt our plans and get out of the way so young Canadians can buy their first home?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we have good news for this House. Just today, we tabled the Build Canada Homes Act, and we are hopeful that the Conservatives will not obstruct this bill, as they've been doing with our budget that provides more affordability measures to Canadians so that they can have that dream of buying their first home, so that they can live in affordable housing. That is the dream of all Bramptonians. That is what I hear from my constituents, and this act will help us meet those goals, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal housing crisis is hitting communities of every size. The City of Red Deer has been asking for a meeting with the Housing Minister for months to address their housing concerns. And despite writing to him 4 times, it seems like Red Deer is too small for the Minister to care to respond. I sure hope Red Deer isn't being ignored because it doesn't deliver Liberal votes like Toronto and Vancouver. Will the Minister finally agree to sit down with the City of Red Deer and listen to their issues and admit that mid-sized cities are facing a housing crisis too?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Conservatives in Ottawa are out of step with Conservatives in Alberta. Alberta's Minister of Social Services has praised the pace of housing delivery, saying we're getting shovels in the ground and roofs over the head of Albertans. Thousands more low-income Albertans will have a safe, durable house, affordable house that they can count on. Federal Conservatives say they want to work with us, but they can't even work with their own Conservative colleagues on delivering housing for Albertans.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, the auto sector is facing the biggest challenge in a generation. Unjustified and unjustifiable tariffs from the United States on our auto sector is leaving our auto workers under a cloud of uncertainty. Our government stands behind our auto sector, behind our communities, and the workers that are facing these new realities head-on. Can the Minister of Jobs and Families please tell this House how the newly announced auto strategy will transform Canada's auto industry, protecting our workers today and building the vehicles of tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Member of Parliament from Mississauga East Cooksville for his unwavering support for auto workers and the sector. Canada's auto workers and workers are the backbone of our economy, and when our auto sector workers come under attack, our government stands with them and protects them. So today, the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Industry announced Canada's new auto strategy, taking action on what we can control. We're investing $3 billion from the Strategic Response Fund to support the industry, $570 million to support reskilling and upskilling workers. Mr. Speaker, this is how you build Canada strong. We stand together when times are tough, and
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
This Liberal minister says that they stand with auto workers. What it looks like is they stand with Donald Trump, because while Donald Trump imposes 10% tariffs on every single vehicle that comes into Canada,
the member may start over. The member may start over. I didn't see anything unparliamentary in that. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
the Liberal minister just said that they stand with auto workers, but it sure looks like they stand with Donald Trump. Let me explain. While Donald Trump imposes 10% tariffs on every single vehicle that comes into Canada, these Liberals have passed an EV mandate that is actually going to give Canadian taxpayer dollars in the form of subsidies to American-made EVs. You actually can't make this up. Less than 5% of Canadian vehicles will qualify for this EV subsidy. Why are they contributing to Donald Trump's Buy American instead of preserving jobs in Canada?
The Honourable Minister, Secretary of State Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If that member and the party opposite thinks that we are on the wrong side of Canadian sovereignty, they've got another thing coming. Our approach is all about Canadian sovereignty. It's all about investing in the companies that invest in us. It's all about embracing the future of electrification. It's all about embracing our workers, who are the best workers in the world. And for the members opposite to talk down Canadian sovereignty or to talk down this sector at this moment of real challenge, when we've got an opportunity to solve it, is really beneath them.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
It's time for a little bit of education for these Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Less than 5% of vehicles manufactured in Canada will qualify for this EV rebate. The rest will come from the United States and other foreign manufacturers. But imagine you're the auto worker in Brampton who is supposed to manufacture the Jeep Compass EV. That job went to the United States. That Jeep EV Compass being manufactured in the United States is actually going to be subsidized by your taxpayer dollars. If you are that auto worker in Brampton, you are looking at this Liberal government and how this is going to benefit Donald Trump and saying, what the hell is going on in Ottawa?
We just have to watch our language a little bit, though. We just have to watch our language. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll tell you what the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association has to say about today's announcement. We welcome the government's automotive strategy announced today. Funding to support renewed purchase incentives and a robust charging infrastructure strategy will help continue to drive EV adoption, and CVMA members are well positioned to support this shift to electrification through diverse product offerings. That sounds like Canadian sovereignty to me, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Mr. Speaker, in 2014, under the then Conservative government, the New York Times declared that Canada's middle class was the richest in the world. Now our middle class faces skyrocketing costs and taxes and a stagnant GDP per capita and a declining standard of living. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing G7 economy by building major projects. However, the major national project, they built none. And they continue to build none. The time to act is now. When will they collaborate with Conservatives and finally bring prosperity back to our great land?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news for my friend. Today, Trans Mountain just said they will be increasing the amount of oil they transport by 10% on the first of 3 optimization projects. That's how we build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clark.
It always worries me when this government opens up, we have good news, because it rarely is. What we're asking for, what Canadians want, are new pipelines, new projects, and the amount that they've approved, absolutely zero. This government needs to reverse course that has led 2 million Canadians to food banks, admit that their policies have failed, embrace Conservative principles fully, and collaborate with Conservatives to bring prosperity back to our country.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they keep asking for pipelines. We just gave them one. We're building thousands of jobs in Darlington. We're building, they're not.
The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg reports that Canada's economy is on life support. Canada's GDP growth was 0 in November. Productivity continues to fall, and the Bank of Canada expects that just 1% growth next year, with business investment being postponed. How bad is it? Now, home builders in Niagara have laid off 60% of their framers due to stalled residential construction. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet growth is stalled. Will the Prime Minister please adopt Conservative ideas that remove barriers so Canadians can actually build and grow again?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I know what constitutes good news for Canadians does not always constitute good news for Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. But let me give them another piece of good news. The first major national project this spring breaks ground, le port de Contrecoeur, une expansion de 60%, an exposed container export capacity, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build more stuff. We're going to put more stuff on boats. We're going to send more things to more places around the world, expand our trade, put people to work, and build Canada.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, Canada made international headlines this week, with economists stating that our economy is on life support and the country is already on recession watch. Our per capita GDP is falling, residential construction is flat, businesses are postponing expansion, and this Liberal government's anti-development laws and taxes remain in place. Will the Prime Minister work with Conservatives and introduce a plan to remove the barriers that are preventing Canadians from building, investing, and working?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, speaking of building, we're building big. The Port of Montreal expansion project is 7,000 construction jobs and over 1,000 permanent jobs.
Amazing.
Darlington Nuclear is 18,000 good-paying jobs and clean power for generations. LNG Canada and BC mean thousands of jobs and Canadian energy reaching new global market, Mr. Speaker. That's cranes in the ground, paychecks in pockets, and Canada building big.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sells himself as a master of economics, yet Bloomberg reports that our economy is on life support. The Bank of Canada expects economic growth to shrink in the last quarter and only grow by 1.1% this year. Canadian workers want to build and produce, but the government is holding them back with their anti-development laws and high taxes. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet he hasn't delivered, and Canadians are paying the price. When will he listen to our ideas and introduce a plan that gets his government's barriers and tax burdens out of the way so Canadians can build?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Northern and Rural Development.
For 10 long years, the Conservative from Saskatchewan said Canada was broken.
Yes, sir.
They have stifled the opportunity that Saskatchewan had in potash and uranium, oil and gas, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on. Well, Saskatchewan's on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is.
We're going to work hand in hand with Saskatchewan, join the rest of the country, and build a great future. This is about economic and social justice for Saskatchewan. We are going to deliver that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, according to Bloomberg, Canada's economy is on life support, and we are now on recession watch. Growth has stagnated, and real GDP is expected to decline. Forestry and logging are down 2.8% for the third month. While the Prime Minister cannot deliver on his trade promises, sawmills in Yellowhead are paying the price. Since the Liberals love our ideas, why don't they remove the industrial carbon tax, fuel standards, and anti-development laws so Canadian businesses can succeed?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the contrast couldn't be more clear. We like to build, they like to block. We're building our auto sector with the new auto strategy. They're blocking. We're building affordable housing. They are blocking. We are investing in defense. They are blocking. We're making life more affordable for families with the GST tax credit. They are blocking. We like to build. They like to block. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin Nickelbelt.
Write him up, Jim. Mr. Speaker, the latest data from Rosenberg Research is deeply concerning. Manufacturing output is down, forestry has declined for 3 consecutive months, and paper mills in Northern Ontario are closing. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. Instead, his government has failed to remove a single anti-development policy. When will this government adopt our plan to restore economic growth by reducing red tape, lowering taxes, and allowing Canadians to invest, work, and build? Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as the former Premier of Alberta said, you can't deal with the reality of the tariff threat by pretending it's not there. But the Conservatives would rather obstruct. We have $2.5 billion allocated in Budget 2025 to attack this problem. Please support the budget.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, we recently hit 100 days since Build Canada Homes was launched, and we're already seeing real momentum on the ground.
Wow.
Projects are moving faster, partnerships are coming together, and communities are seeing concrete progress on affordable housing. Would the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure please update this House on all we've accomplished and what more there is to come?
What a great...
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A big thanks to the member for the question and her great work. We have got right to work with Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker. Since the launch, we've been signing major partnerships with provinces and cities. We have 6 major development sites on federal lands. We are delivering over 7,500 homes with over tens of thousands more in the pipeline right now, Mr. Speaker, with the Build Canada Homes Act, which is introduced this morning, which we expect the support of this House on. We're establishing a lean, efficient agency that is 100% focused on delivering affordable housing for Canadians. We ask for your support.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Westka. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we are seeing another Liberal IT fiasco. The system to administer old age security has gone from costing $1.75 billion to $6.5 billion. And even worse, 93% of civil servants are giving it a failing grade. Employees are being ordered to not criticize the software when they talk to the public. Mr. Speaker, how could this fiasco happen? What is the minister going to do about this software? Did the minister sign off on this irresponsible spending?
60-year-old system is not an easy task, and I want to start by thanking the employees at ESDC who are working so hard to make sure that seniors get their benefits on time and in accuracy. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what's happened. 98% of the cases are through, and I will say that we are working diligently on remaining outstanding cases where people have not yet received their benefits who have signed up to do so. If that member opposite has an urgent case, or any member of Parliament has an urgent case, we can accelerate those cases in situations where people are in dire need. Please contact my office.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Westka. Mr. Speaker, departmental employees are telling us it's not working. Our seniors built our country and paid taxes their whole lives, and now some of them are waiting up to 8 months to get their money. I'll give you a concrete case. Mr. Martial Lavoie in my riding, he's still waiting for his check. He actually delayed his retirement because at the time there was a labor shortage. So he kept working, and now that he's finally trying to retire, he can't get his money. Mr. Speaker, what would the minister say to Mr. Lavoie? He's listening right now.
de l'emploi et des familles.
We are happy to help any senior that finds themselves in dire needs. And as I said, we are making progress. This is a very small percentage of the over 7 million Canadians who have been successfully transferred to the CURM system. This system, Mr. Speaker, brings us into the modern age, what Canadians want. In fact, seniors can now apply online and have a fully automated process to get their benefits started. In these cases where things have been done in the old way with paper forms, often there is missing information. There may be other challenges. We have put additional resources to ensuring we get through those cases, and we can help members just like Mr. Lavoie.
L'honorable député de Lévis.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, not only is this government stealing land from farmers, it is also closing agri-foods research centres, such as the Sainte-Foy Centre in the riding of the member for Louis-Hébert, which is one of the 7 agri-foods research centres that the Liberals are arbitrarily closing. Canadian science and innovation is built in these centres, which help us be more productive. How can the Prime Minister justify his decision to prioritize consultants and foreign projects rather than our homegrown expertise that feeds Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It warms my heart that the Conservatives are now concerned about science and research.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm happy to reassure them that the federal government will continue the largest agriculture researcher in this country. In fact, just last month, Mr. Speaker, we invested $9.7 million with the government of Saskatchewan in science and research. We're not going anywhere. We still have 17 centres across the country. We're going to work with our stakeholders. We're going to work with academia, and we're going to make research better than it ever has been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nunavut.
In Rankin Inlet, the NDP caucus heard from one Inuk who shared that he has waited for 11 years for a house. There are 17 people in his two-bedroom unit. His story is all too common in Nunavut. The government is acting on what I've told them. Nunavut will receive 50 more homes added to the 700 originally promised in the budget. This is a good start. Will the minister keep working with Nunavut to address the worst housing crisis in Canada?
You're here.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I'm very excited to share that the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated reached an agreement to deliver up to 750 homes in the territory there. Right. Build Canada Homes will lead this work using innovative factory-built components to get homes ready faster. We're prioritizing Canadian materials, we're supporting Inuit-owned businesses, and creating lots of job opportunities and training opportunities. This partnership will make a real difference on the ground. I thank her for her leadership and helping bring more homes to Nunavut that are much-needed affordable homes, and I encourage all...
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Good news, Mr. Speaker. Canada's energy regulator has rejected Brookfield's plans to send Canadian hydroelectricity to the United States with almost no benefit to the people who live here, and has instead recommended a full licensing process and review. But the final decision still rests with the Minister of Natural Resources. So will that minister commit to accepting the energy regulator's recommendations and ensuring that Canada's national interests always come first?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Let me reassure the member across the aisle that our government is working closely with the government of British Columbia to build an affordable, reliable and clean electricity grid that meets the significant surge in demand we are expecting in the years to come. As the member opposite said, this matter is currently before the Commission of the Canadian Energy Regulator, which makes its decisions independent of the federal government in the best interests of Canada's ability to meet its domestic energy needs.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The state of emergency in Cross Lake Pimicikamak is now over 40 days long. The Army came, made recommendations, and left. And where is the federal government? Still brainstorming solutions. Meanwhile, evacuees remain stranded in cities without adequate supports. When will Ottawa move past talking points, at a minimum implement the Army's recommendations, and uphold their constitutional responsibilities to support people returning to a safe home?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
I can assure my friend across the aisle that emergency management, our department was in contact with that nation from the commencement of the power outage. We've worked, as has Indigenous Services Canada, to make sure that firstly we sent the Canadian Armed Forces, and secondly that there were sufficient people on the ground to help evacuate and provide benefits to the region. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As International Development Week comes to a close, I know I and many of my colleagues in this place have met with dozens of frontline workers from development organizations who are reeling from the broken promise. During the election, the Liberals promised, the Prime Minister said, quote unquote, we will not cut foreign assistance. We will not cut development assistance. And the budget showed a cut of $2.7 billion. We used to be known in the world. Lester B. Pearson, as former Prime Minister, set the global target for development assistance, and yet here we are falling through the cracks, not delivering. Will the Minister commit to reviving the Pearson target?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, we remain committed to our long-standing international assistance priorities. We will continue to fight poverty, to support gender equality, to strengthen health, food, and education systems, and build climate resilience. We will continue to deliver urgent humanitarian aid abroad. And Mr. Speaker, the measure of our work is in the partnerships we build to deliver development outcomes at scale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period.
Thursday question.
The motion. I believe as is usually the case on Thursdays, as is always the case on Thursdays, the opposition House Leader, Honourable Opposition House Leader, has a question for the Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is the case, and I believe CPAC refers to this moment as the crown jewel of their weekly programming. And because it is Thursday, I was wondering if the Government House Leader can update the House as to the business for the rest of this week and into the next week, and wonder specifically if the government has had the time to analyze and absorb our leader's letter calling for concrete, common sense proposals to not only deal with the cost of living crisis, but also strengthen Canada's position against things like unfair tariffs. Ideas like getting rid of the capital gains tax on investments that are reinvested into Canada. I wonder if we can see legislation on that, rather than a complicated rebate scheme that will see Canadian tax dollars go to subsidize the purchase of foreign-built EVs. If we can expect any legislation that would include getting the Conservative idea of getting rid of the GST on all Canadian-produced vehicles. Those are the types of concrete measures that will not only lower the cost of living for Canadians, but also help build our economy. So will the government take us up as we extend our hands across the way for common sense solutions? Will he take us up on that offer, or will they once again double down on failed policies of the past?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, there's a lot to digest in that, but I am, if what I hear, and I think all Canadians will appreciate this metaphor at this time of year, if I hear the faint sound of the ice cracking in the wall of Conservative obstruction that this Parliament has encountered, the obstruction of our criminal law legislation, the obstruction of the Prime Minister's economic plan to bring $1 trillion of investment and to build Canada strong. If what I hear is the faint sounds of that dam cracking, that means that spring might be on its way, and the opposition may put down their tools of obstruction and join us in building our country strong. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue with debate on the opposition motion brought forward by the Bloc Québécois. Tomorrow we will have the debate on the standing orders and procedure pursuant to Standing Order 51, a very hotly awaited moment in the parliamentary calendar, Mr. Speaker. On Monday of next week, we will call Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation at second reading. I would also like to inform all honourable members that next Tuesday and Thursday shall be allotted days.
On Wednesday, we will begin second reading of Bill C-20, an act respecting the establishment of Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker, which was tabled earlier this morning by my honourable colleague, the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, and the Minister responsible for the economic development in Canada for the Pacific. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe that you will find that the House will give unanimous consent to the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, At the conclusion of oral questions on Friday, February 6, 2026, the House observe a moment of silence for the late Honourable Kirsty Duncan. That afterwards, a member of each of the recognized parties, a member of the New Democratic Party, and the member of the Green Party each be permitted to make a statement for no more than 5 minutes to pay tribute, and the time taken for these proceedings shall be added to the time provided for government orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those who oppose the honourable minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Orders of the day. The Honourable... sorry.
Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning an apology to those whose property was expropriated in Mirabel, standing in the name of the member for Mirabel. The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut has 8 minutes remaining for his speech.
Merci beaucoup, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so to pick up where I left off, our colleague from the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, want Canadians to believe that building the high-speed train is going to hurt their communities, that this construction would be done without consultation, without the measures that we put in place over the last 60 years. They're trying to justify their opposition to the project, and their goal is to kill the project before the necessary legislation is even passed. They've already joined the Conservatives in the past to try to cut the initial funding that was required, and they're trying to do it again now today by blocking, and, the Bloc Québécois, it makes sense they're trying to block Bill C-15. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. Expropriation is a measure of last resort. Negotiation with property owners is always the privileged approach, and that principle will not change.
Mr. Speaker, before turning to Bill C-15, I want to acknowledge what we have heard in recent weeks. Since public consultations began, residents of the Mirabel region have raised concerns about land acquisition, expropriation, and the need for direct, respectful engagement. We have heard those concerns clearly, and I can confirm today that Alto will be holding an in-person public session in the Mirabel area later this month to ensure transparency, dialogue, and accountability. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to explain why Bill C-15 is necessary for this linear project and how it is maintaining appropriate protections for landowners. Bill C-15 is necessary because the high-speed rail initiative is unprecedented in Canada. It involves a corridor of nearly 1,000 kilometers, crossing hundreds of communities and requiring the acquisition of hundreds of pieces of land. Because of the time, cost, and complexity involved, land acquisition represents one of the most significant risks to the project, particularly if we're to begin construction in 2029 as announced. The current Federal Expropriation Act is a statute of general application. It was not designed for a project of this scale or this complexity. Without a framework adapted to this reality, delays multiply and costs escalate, precisely what communities and taxpayers want to avoid.
Mr. Speaker, the measures to acquire land in Bill C-15 are not intended to increase uncertainty. They provide tools so that there is better coordination and earlier work while maintaining the fundamental protections that landowners have. Some of these measures have raised concerns, and I want to respond to those concerns directly. First of all, expropriation would not be done via email, unlike what has been said. The intention is to allow communication by email only when the owner of the land themselves has indicated that that is their preferred means of communication and that that person has provided their email address. This is an additional means of communication which is added to those that are already in the law, and it's not designed to replace those means of communication. Second, a ban on work does not mean that owners would lose access to their land. landowners can continue to undertake their farming or commercial activities. Landowners will be able to proceed with regular work on their land, reparation of that land, or any measures to prevent their land from deteriorating. Third, Bill C-15 does not prevent landowners from selling their buildings and does not allow the federal government to set the value of the land. The right of first refusal is a management tool which allows Alto to be informed when a landowner is ready to sell their property. Landowners are free to put their property on the market. This tool only allows Alto to acquire the property with priority at a price that has been accepted by the landowner. Mr. Speaker, the government of Quebec has even given this power to municipalities in recent years. This is the right of preemption, and it allows cities to protect strategic land and does not change the market value for the owner. In Morin Heights, the Municipal Council has acquired and protected one of the nicest pieces of land in the city. It's called Castel-Marie, and it's one of the nicest parks in the municipality. And this is a tool that I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, works very, very well for both the purchaser and the seller.
So be honest with Canadians about what it takes to deliver projects of this magnitude. High-speed rail is one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in our history, a true nation-building initiative. Projects of this scale cannot be delivered without using adaptive tools. This project cannot advance responsibly without these land acquisition measures. Inaction would not preserve the status quo. It will mean delays and higher costs. Importantly, these measures are not unheard of. They're aligned with similar provincial regimes, including Quebec's Act Respecting Expropriation and Ontario's Building Transit Faster Act. The economic stakes are significant. High-speed rail will create tens of thousands of jobs, strengthen productivity, improve regional connectivity, and deliver lasting economic benefits for Quebec, Ontario, and Canada as a whole. Every year of delay carries real costs for workers, businesses, taxpayers, and community. Monsieur le Président, je supporte la...
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I support the construction of the high-speed rail, and I would ask my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois to stop blocking the project and to get on board. The honourable member, the honourable member, the member. Hello to my colleague. That I'll start by saying, you know, it was you're supposed to say acquis and not acquérir, and not and soutien and not support. But yeah, you're right. There have been many things that have been built over the last 60 years, which unfortunately did not prevent the events in Mirabel from happening in the 1980s, unfortunately, as I say. But this bill was in the fall. I mean, the suspension of laws, the option of individuals going to speak to a minister and then one-on-one and then showing up with no... And then you can just bypass the regular process. I mean, my colleague stood up to vote in favor of that. So how is it that he's unaware of the fact that that was voted on? And that undoes all of these wonderful regulations from the last 60 years. I thank the honourable member Philippe Hidon. Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. I appreciate any corrections to my French. I do try to improve it, but, you know, I can make mistakes. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that what happened in Mirabel is inappropriate. Today's my birthday. I'm 56 years old. Today. That's today. So I've been alive longer than this debate about Mirabel, but it's still unacceptable. Over the last 60 years, we've evolved. Things have changed. The laws have changed, and the government will respect these regulations. Questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could, given the fact that he's a member for a neighboring riding, neighboring riding to Mirabel, that is, given he knows this region well, could he share with us what he's hearing on the ground in terms of the support for the Alto project in the Lower Laurentians? The member for Lépidon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. In les pays d'en haut, everyone that I discuss high-speed rail with is in favor of this bill. We've been discussing it for far too long. The current government has decided to move ahead with this. I think it really is a step in the right direction. To get cars off of the road, it creates more jobs. It's a big step in the right direction for transit and transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the debate today, two conversations. One is for apology for past expropriation, and then one is for the fast tracking of a high-speed rail. And to be honest, I didn't know about these issues before today, but doing some research, I'm more interested in the process and mechanics. And so, to my colleague across the way, can he answer whether or not the same mechanics in terms of expropriation and land acquisition, will that apply to a pipeline being fast-tracked and built to the west coast of British Columbia?
L'honorable député de les pays d'en haut. The honourable member for les pays d'en haut.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about high-speed rail. I'll leave pipelines to the experts in that domain. So I'd just like to say that everything that has evolved in the last 60 years has brought us to where we are today. Too many people have talked about making a high-speed rail line. We are going ahead with the high-speed rail line, and we're going to do it in record speed. So I hope our colleagues from across the way will pass Bill C-15 and get on the train with us.
Commentaire, député de Berthier-Masquinongé. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. 35 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First off, the colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is asking me, and in fact I'm sharing in the well wishes to my colleague for his birthday. I'll be a bit faster, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to say we're raising the red flag. If things go too fast, this happened too quickly in 1969. Then they had to hand back 95% of these lands. You're planning 100 kilometers wide for 60 meters that are actually the required 60 meters. We're concerned that history might repeat itself. That's why we had to explain this to colleagues. And given that he understands Quebec, he should certainly convince his colleague to present their apologies. The honourable member, thank you. And I thank my honourable colleague for his questions. We understand that the width of the corridor is to avoid land speculation. The idea was not to set a minimum width. You have to consult with the public. We will be consulting with the public to make sure that we do this in a way that is acceptable to everyone. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I'm a new member, and I am very proud to be the member for Trois-Rivières. For the first time in decades, we have a member from my riding, and so I'm looking forward to doing wonderful things. When I told my friends and family that I wanted to get into politics, they said, well, I'd be eaten alive, that I was too naive and that I could only see good things in people. And, you know, to some degree, that's true. I see the glass half full. I have rose-colored glasses. I always think there's a solution that's out there. Why? Because there's something that supports and underpins all of the work that we do here. And I think we should all be able to agree on this thing, which is to do the best for our citizens. All the members in this House have the privilege of appearing here and bringing solutions to the problems that our constituents are facing regarding who represents these constituents. For 25 years now, I spent actually 25 years in the federal public service, and I've been nonpartisan in that sense. I've always fought for good ideas, no matter where they come from. But I have to say, my goodwill is starting to get to a point where I'm wondering why the opposition across the way just opposes absolutely everything in the House, in committees. You know, we say, yes, let's discuss this, and then they say, no, what you're proposing now is not good. Well, wait a second, we're proposing what you're asking for. Oh, no, that's not good. And anyhow, there's something else we're concerned about it. Every day we hear about it in terms of affordability. We hear about it when we talk about strengthening the justice system. And again, today, here we have this motion from my colleague from Mirabel. I think what's irresponsible and deplorable as parliamentarians is to completely ignore the facts and to table a motion that indicates or seems to claim that the current situation is the same as in 1969, regulatorily speaking. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that what happened 57 years ago should never have happened. We recognize that the people of Mirabel were hard hit and that the scars remain. The former Minister of Transport at the time had said in the return of the the last hectares that a grave mistake had been made and that it should never have happened. My colleague today, the Minister of Transport, reiterated these very things this morning. I find it deplorable to try to fearmonger among people from Mirabel with comments that my colleague knows are faulty, because I know my colleague is a diligent person, is well informed. He's certainly read the Budget Implementation Act. He certainly must have read the High-Speed Rail Network Act, and he must know that the Expropriation Act of 1985 was radically amended to include consultations in the process. Certainly, he must know that the High-Speed Rail Act modernizes it and improves it with additional measures. But for his benefit and for the benefit of all the people of Mirabel and for all the people in the corridor, this very key corridor between Peterborough and Quebec City, let me reiterate a few of the principles. The Act will once again guarantee, once it is passed, if there is no longer any obstruction, the impact assessment, consultations with Indigenous peoples, more clarity on regulatory processes. In sum, the bill will not go forward by disregarding landowners or other rights holders. Allow me to discuss the high-speed rail issue itself. I know my colleagues from the Bloc since this morning have been saying that that's not actually the subject of the motion, but that's kind of misreading the room, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Bloc and the Conservatives already voted together against the funding required for this bill, the first high-speed rail project for Canada is a generational project that will mean for Canadians that they will have the kind of transportation system that they're worthy of this G7 country. The economic benefits are $37 million per year, 51,000 jobs, an increase in productivity and mobility between regions. The high-speed rail will link economic poles, stimulate tourism, reduce travel time by half, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, stimulate the development of affordable housing along this corridor, and provide jobs for those who are along the way, including in these rural communities that actually really need these jobs and these economic inputs. It's important for the regions. It's important for the people of Trois-Rivières, and I know it's important also for my neighboring riding, that is Berthier-Masquinongé. With the new Buy Canada policy that our new government implemented, Alto will be using hundreds of thousands of tons of steel, wood from Canada, Canadian products, to build these infrastructures, the electricity grid. In fact, Alto and its partner Cadences have become steel industry negotiations to see how best to deliver what needs to be delivered. There aren't that many infrastructure projects in our history that have generated this level of industrial demand. It's somewhat irresponsible for both of these opposition parties to try to block this through you, Mr. Speaker. It's in line with other major projects our government is planning to build. Le Contrecoeur, all our northern investments, our investments in housing. Whereas Canada continues to face U.S. threats against the steel, hardwood, and aluminum sectors, it's time now to stop this political gamesmanship and to put the interest of Quebecers and Canadians ahead. 75% of Quebecers are in favor of this project. Alto just began the first steps in its consultation process, including in Mirabel. They'll be in our riding of Trois-Rivières and my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé's riding as well in the next few weeks. These consultations will happen in 100 or so communities throughout this corridor with municipalities, discussions with potential landowners who might be struck. There were discussions with the Union des Producteurs Agricoles, with stakeholders. There have been several consultation processes and online submissions. Thousands of them have been received. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. What happened in 1969 was a historic injustice. We recognize that what was done should never have been done. But the process has radically changed over the last 57 years. There's been a radical change, and that change happened when we changed the Expropriation Act in 1985, and it will radically change again once we can pass this bill, Bill C-15. We have worked closely with Ontario and Quebec to look at their own legislation in expropriation and transportation so that we're best aligned with the provinces and so that we can advance as quickly as possible to solve this issue and to create this incredible program. It is possible to build a high-speed rail project without repeating the mistakes of the past. This is an important project for the citizens of Quebec and of Ontario. It's an important major project for Canada. There's only positive things will come of this. There's a commitment from all stakeholders to consult and for this project to bring about a high number of positive economic benefits. If my colleague does want the best for his constituents, I would urge him to be constructive and to support the measures we're putting forward to make life more affordable, to build more housing, to preserve the social safety net, to build a strong Canada, rather than to continue to obstruct in these parliamentary committees and here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, when I decided to run for political office, it was really to make a difference. And I really thought we could work together hand in hand with all the various parties here. It's such a critical time in the history of Canada, at a time that is such a turning point for us, for our businesses, for our workers, given the uncertainty that Quebec and Canadian families are experiencing. So please, let's stop these political games. Let's work together and let's move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, in fact, my neighbouring riding friend. But I want to correct something. She's accusing us of obstruction and political games. That's not what we are doing. What we are asking for is what she named, actually, in her very speech, that is to recognize the errors of the past and to not repeat those same mistakes. With respect to the high-speed rail, we were in favor of this project. We just want it to be done correctly. When you think of Mirabel, where 85% of the expropriations have to then be rescinded, when you look at the situation where we have a 100-kilometer corridor that's being planned, when you only need 60, the truth of the matter is people are still concerned. And when you look at C-15, well, I'm hearing, I like this legislation too. It's about Section 98. You're going to have to look at that aspect, one of these protective measures in place. Part of her speech, she needs to revise. I'd like to know what she has to say about the Transportation Board of Canada. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I do indeed appreciate working with him. The corridor that we're discussing, the Alto Cadence corridor, is a 10-kilometer wide corridor, not 100 kilometers wide. And again, to get back to what I said earlier in my speech, people are saying, no, that's not what we want to talk. That's not what we're talking about. We're not trying to block anything. But that's what I'm talking about these political games. They don't want to, but in effect, they are. They use emotional tools to, get their way, and that's what I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the speech from a colleague across the way, and my question is actually along the same lines as my colleague from the bloc. In her speech, she referenced lessons learned from the past, and that now consultation is part of an expropriation process. And yet, when I read and when I hear about, it comes right into my office, the farmland potentially being expropriated in Clearview Township for D&D's project, consultations occurred, but it occurred right in the height of harvest season, for the farmers that are so affected. So how is that effective consultation? All parties support strengthening Canada's defence, but taking 4,000 acres of prime farmland, consulting with farmers in the middle of harvest season, how is that appropriate?
Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the colleague for his question. As I said in my speech, consultations have already begun. So even if we expect construction to start in 4 years, consultations are already underway, and they already took place in Montreal. The portal's already open. They will happen elsewhere. Even though we don't have all of the information at our disposal, we've already started these consultations to find out what these various communities expect along the route, what's important to them. Consultations have also begun. But I would urge you to speak with your farmers, because I myself spoke to the farmers in my riding. I spoke to the UPA, the Agricultural Producers Union, and they're already having discussions. I would urge you to seek some information. The questions should go through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her speech. Really wonderful. As a member for Trois-Rivières, I'd like to know what my colleague is hearing out in the field when she meets people and she discusses the Alto project with them, given that there will be a train station at Trois-Rivières. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for his question.
People in Trois-Rivières are very enthusiastic about this project. It's something they've been waiting for a long time. The project will connect Trois-Rivières with Quebec City and Montreal and make travel times shorter. It will also allow for green transportation. People will be able to get around without a car. There's a university in Trois-Rivières as well as 3 CEGEPs. It will lead to an incredible economic boom in our region. So when I talk to people, they're uniformly positive. They want the project to get going, and they're very enthusiastic about it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, which is a first in the House. I will also note that the PIP interns are about to switch offices, so I'd like to thank my intern who worked in my office and wish them the best in their winter placements. Mr. Speaker, expropriation is a complex process and a very delicate one. It is not something that can be rushed. That's something that my region, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, became all too familiar with in recent years. Here I'm thinking of the OSISCO project, which took place in Malartic toward the end of the 2010s. In 2006, OSISCO introduced its ambitious open-pit mining project at a presentation in a local church. It was the beginning of a process that would eventually displace 205 households and was far from a walk in the park. I actually took part in the transition committee during that process. Displacements started in 2009, but they ran into a number of challenges. The one-on-one negotiation strategy caused a great deal of stress for a number of locals. Displacements even began before the project received formal approval from the Bureau d'Audience Publique sur l'Environnement. For a number of locals, this episode was traumatizing. Mr. Speaker, I would just ask everyone to talk a little bit more quietly in the House. I know these cries are very targeted, but they're quite loud as well. Yes, I would ask for people to quiet down in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many locals, this episode was a traumatizing one. Significant work was done under the cohabitation guide to ease social tensions. However, in many ways, the community was torn apart by the very major project meant to revitalize it. Fighting back took courage because in small towns where everyone knows everyone else, speaking up can put a target on your back. We saw this story repeat itself more recently. As Roy Naranda was waiting to hear the results of the ministerial approval in March 2023, locals, including the mayor, learned that the neighborhood near the Horn smelter would be made into a buffer zone. Over 200 families were affected by this piece of news. Even today, the population is living with uncertainty. Yes, people were compensated, but the compensation was not always in line with the needs of affected persons. This sort of thing requires negotiations, but overall it requires time, empathy, and compassion. For this reason, the Université du Québec en Abitibi-Témiscamingue acted proactively by creating the Natural Resource Exploitation Social Acceptability Lab in 2022. This lab brings together researchers, organizations, and members of society in order to work collaboratively to come up with social acceptability mechanisms in line with the concerns and interests of all parties. In our region, this was a step towards better dialogue and mechanisms that meet the needs of today's realities. Expropriations, where people are approached with an already done deal, no longer works. People want to have their voices heard. And I hope that the UQAP example will inspire the government. You know, Mr. Speaker, for a long time I was Indigenous relations critic. The government's consultation process prior to C5 was deplorable. They just sent out a letter saying that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis had been consulted. They only gave people 5 days to speak out, but consultation does not always mean expressing agreement. It's not just saying, oh, we've heard your voices. Consultation means taking active part in discussions, trying to understand the other side's point of view, trying to come up with solutions together, solutions that address the concerns of all parties. Basically, it means true collaboration. That is what the people of Mirabel are asking for, a seat at the table. They want to be heard. They want to speak out about their concerns and receive answers. They do not want to learn by watching the news or speaking to someone in a cafe that high-speed rail will be built right next to them or even through their land. In this sort of project, moving quickly doesn't work. The government certainly wants to circumvent laws. They want to circumvent people. They want to circumvent municipalities. They want to go fast, fast, fast. But you know where that leads. It leads to IT contracts that fall apart. It leads to projects that end up miserable failures. All because the government prioritizes doing things quickly instead of doing things correctly. Now, I'm the agriculture and agri-food critic. As such, I will quote from the president of the Lanaudière Farmers Union, Martin Papin. He said, everything's moving too fast and no one is taking the time to respond to our questions. This is the error that we always see in major projects, both in my riding and here and now. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé has just corrected me. Apologies. The farmers' concerns are important. Guillaume Allery, a farmer and the president of the L'Assomption-les-Moulins Farmers Union, said that in order to destroy a farm, you don't need to necessarily expropriate the land. It is enough to divide it up. Stéphane Allery, president of the regional section of the Outaouais and Laurentians Farmers Union, said, often developers prioritize taking over farmland because it is less costly. He also expressed doubts about dividing up plots of land. He said, how do they expect farmers to go get their hay? They're not going to build a bridge in every divided up land plot. These are the concerns that farmers have, and we must reassure them. The government needs to consult them, listen to their concerns, and collaborate with them. The government could send them a letter or an email, but decency requires meeting with them for an in-person discussion. Alternatives must be found to ensure that farmers can continue to access their land. It should also be noted that many people still remember the expropriations of 1969. Some people will be reliving what farmers of that era experienced. Expropriation followed by the government giving back surplus land. One local farmer spoke to the Journal du Nord newspaper in Mirabel. He stated that some people were buying up land for resale because they were planning for a second expropriation. Another farmer, quoted by the Journal Le Nord, said, "If the government truly believes we are as important as they say we are, why is Alto not organizing real public consultations in Mirabel?" Mr. Speaker, that's a good question. Examples from my riding speak volumes. Mining companies that do their duty and open up dialogue with the local population have a greater chance of achieving social acceptability. It takes more time, but it is and always will be the best approach. The farmer I quoted earlier made another interesting comment. He said, by passing the project over to a federally created firm, the Liberals seem to be washing their hands of it. That's true, and it's problematic. Farmers deserve to be heard. Today, I will speak on their behalf. I want them to know that we in the Bloc Québécois are listening to them. We are there for them. When you do major projects, you need to do things right. The government is not dealing with plots of land. It is dealing with people who have put their heart into their land, who have built their homes on their land, who are part of their land. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is a tale of generations of fathers and sons. Land represents family history. Sometimes 6 to 10 generations will invest their blood, sweat, and tears in a given plot of land. The region of Mirabel has the best and most fertile farmland in all of Quebec. To conclude, I will quote the great Serge Bouchard, who said that modern humans want to live in cities, but he still spoke with admiration about the old farmer, the one who cleared the land, the one who loved the land, who worked the land. As Serge Bouchard said so well, the cultural originality of our ancestors owes itself to the land. We need to think about the past and the future as we go about this project. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Abitibi for his speech. And I entirely agree with him and his colleagues. What happened in Mirabel in 1969 was unacceptable. We cannot allow history to repeat itself, and we will not allow history to repeat itself. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on the value of Alto, a high-speed rail project. We know that this will be a linear project, much longer than it is wide. Does the Bloc believe in this project? Does the Bloc believe that Canada should have high-speed rail? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Laval, who I had a great discussion with yesterday, specifically about social acceptability in Rouyn-Noranda. I thank him for his sensitivity in that discussion. People of Rouyn-Noranda would love to have a high-speed train. They would love to make it to Montreal or Ottawa or major cities more quickly. The question is not whether we want a high-speed rail or whether we don't. The Bloc believes in high-speed rail, but it's about how we do things. When we speak to people in Mirabel, what they think of being stuck in traffic on Highway 15 for an hour, well, farmers say they want to make it to Laval. They want to be able to travel quickly, but the problem is the government is not respecting the process. That's the heart of the problem. That's why we're having this Opposition Day debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And really what the debate is the Bloc asking for an apology for expropriation of land that happened in 1969 and for the past not to be repeated. But I think we're coming across one of the fundamental problems that come along with fast tracking. Like, everybody understands the need to build our economy, build pipelines, build high-speed rail, but you got some fundamental human problems that come up when you talk about fast tracking, maybe overriding some fundamental issues. So if everybody understands the need and the support, excuse me.
So just have a little order. The honourable member in about 10 seconds.
And if everybody understands the need to build up the economy, wouldn't an official apology coming from the government actually be a big step in terms of clearing up that right-of-way for high-speed rail?
The deputy, Abitibi.
The Honourable Member Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the major frustrations. In Mirabel, not only was some of the best farmland in Quebec expropriated, leaving major scars at the local level for an airport which was meant to be the largest international airport in Canada, but then Canada decided to focus solely on Toronto, making it so that the Mirabel region didn't even need a major airport. It was a major mistake. And this is another reason why we need to have an apology. Not only that, the airport built in Quebec ended up being an entirely different one. So I think the government absolutely owes a major apology to people in the Mirabel region. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like my colleague to explain, we're happy because it seems like the Conservative Party agrees with us about the apology. I've heard a number of Conservatives, however, expressing concerns about speeding up major projects and perhaps making mistakes because the government would be moving too fast, like in C-69. But if that's the case, how come the Conservatives voted for C-5 back in June? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's the height of irony to see the official opposition voting in favor of time allocation and more governmental power. I guess they assume that when they're in power, they'll be able to benefit from the botched process of C5. I'll say something else. I presented it as an amendment to C5 to exclude the Indian Act from the bill. And the Conservatives voted in favor of that, which means that Indigenous needs cannot entirely be swept aside. That said, I still think C5 was a historic mistake. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased I can take the floor today in this Opposition Day debate. It's not just Mirabel, but various regions in Canada are living through a situation like this, which is very difficult. I'm going to read from a quote. He who does not learn from history is doomed to repeat it. And that is exactly what is going on. With our Opposition Day, we are hoping to spread word about history. Through an apology, we hope to make sure that history is well understood, so it is not repeated, and so we do not relive the traumatic events that took place in Mirabel. Not too long ago, the Prime Minister gave an interesting historical speech at the Quebec City Citadel. In his speech, he displayed, at best, a poor understanding of Quebec history, and at worst, scorn for Quebec history. In this context, it's worth wondering whether the government knows anything at all about Quebec and its priorities, or whether it just wants to sweep all opposition aside and move forward with its high-speed rail project. At the risk of repeating what my colleagues have already said, we agree with high-speed rail, but it's about how it is built. I think it's concerning when the government comes up with a project and says, oh, we'll consult. Meanwhile, the government is not even listening to its own public servants who have signaled possible cost overruns and other problems. If the government is not even listening to its own officials, will they listen to members of the public? The government has also said, we will follow all the rules. There will be assessments, consultations, discussions. We will follow all relevant rules. At the same time, the government is has given itself the right to rewrite the rules. It's like there's building the plane in the air. The Liberals have given some speeches, and when we ask them about our motion, they don't want to give a clear opinion. Despite this, our motion is very simple. I wonder why they're hesitating so much, why they won't just say, yes, we will vote in favor of your proposal. The motion reads, the House calls on the government to express apologies for the expropriations in Mirabel. This was a unanimous request from the Quebec National Assembly. The government has said, yes, it's a catastrophe. Yes, we shouldn't let history repeat itself. But why won't they clearly say that they'll offer apologies? It also says that the House recognize the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods. My colleague from Mirabel gave examples of this, moving examples. And even on the government side, people spoke about these events as a historic trauma. With this in mind, I don't think it should be that difficult to offer an apology. The motion ends. The House urges the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. So now, if the government is being so hesitant to support our motion, I wonder what their true intentions are. The Transport Minister, who is also Government House Leader, seemed to have indicated the government's approach earlier this week. I will quote a response he gave to a question from my colleague from Mirabel. He said, how come the member did not oppose the expropriations that led to the REM line? Expropriations for transportation projects are not new, and of course we will negotiate with landowners.
And, you know, I don't want to say that he means to mislead the House. That would be perhaps giving too much weight to those words from the minister. Well, the law in Quebec allows somebody who's expropriated and for which there's a notice of expropriation to contest that decision before Quebec's administrative tribunal or before the Superior Court, whether it be on the right of the expropriation or on the amount that the person will receive. Meanwhile, with C-15, they've changed the Expropriation Act to allow the Minister of Transport to set a price without any hearing. So there's nothing comparable between the two laws. Alto, the company that wants to build the project, has a right, a first right, which will limit owners' rights to what they can do with their land. The financial offer will be non-negotiable. So, for example, a farmer whose land would be under a preemptory right on their land wouldn't be able to do any work, and who wants to buy land on which there is a right of priority, well, that's going to have an impact on the price, and it's going to be enormous. There's also the fact that Sections 9 and 10 of the Expropriation Act require the competent minister to hold public hearings on expropriation, but C-15 would explicitly remove that requirement from the law. So there won't be any public hearings as there are in the Quebec law. The Minister of Transport said, listen, if you agreed with what happened in Quebec, you should be in agreement with what's happening here. But listen, I want to tell him, you know, you're misleading the House when you suggest that. The Minister of Transport, in another answer to my colleague, said, Mr. Speaker, yes, there were consultations, and of course there will be more consultations. We're consulting all mayors and all all the stakeholders in those regions. And you know what? People are excited by this project. My colleague is comparing an international airport to a little corridor that's 60 meters wide. But what he's forgotten to mention is that 60 meters is within a 10-kilometer wide corridor in which there will be the possibility of peremptory right to expropriation. Alto is reserving that corridor for the high-speed train, and to do that, they've alerted people by email. Imagine the panic in Mirabel, a place where there are already open wounds linked to the expropriations that took place 50 years ago. To know that they might not be able to sell their property, even if the rail line doesn't go through their property. They won't be able to do any work on their land before they know if there's going to be any expropriation. Listen, it's anxiety, it's panic, and it serves no purpose, and that's how the government is working. They're moving ahead too quickly without taking into account those open wounds from the past. They're showing that they don't know or don't care about history. And in terms of consultations, they say there's going to be consultation, there's going to be consultation. Well, listen, the consultation period, the initial consultation period takes place between January 15th and March 29th. We've just learned that there are going to be consultations. Farmers, when they're on the farm or working while they're getting their fields ready, they don't have the time to write briefs with such a short warning. Same thing, there are municipalities where the councils have just been elected last fall. They're just putting in place their budgets. It's a very short amount of time. And then there's also the format of the consultations. They're having, happy hours where they present, the project, from a very high point of view. And then they say there's going to be more consultations in the fall. The second part of consultations will take place in the fall. But there's going to be about 9 months in total of consultations for a project that people have been talking about for over 10 years. So maybe it would be a good idea to take a bit more time to finish more quickly. And, unfortunately, I don't have much time left, just a minute, but I know that my colleagues have talked about this earlier. There are a whole bunch of laws that affect major projects and expropriations which have been completely set aside with Bill C-15. And things are going to go far too quickly with this project. Now, listen, it's not necessarily a bad project, but, we can't make something quick and well. The government has given itself a lot of latitude, and that's why we're worried about what's coming with this project. We think it's moving far too quickly without real consultation, and the risk is that the government is going to do exactly the opposite of what's in our motion, which is to recognize the traumatism from 50 years ago in Mirabel, apologize to them, and make sure that that never happens again.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank our colleague, the member for Saint-Jean, for her speech. And once again, as I said to the previous colleague, what happened in the 1960s was unacceptable, and that's not going to happen again. Now, this project, the high-speed train project, is, it's still well off in the future. The final project has not been decided upon, so there are many steps before we decide where the line is going to go. So I'd like to ask our colleague, can she please say how it's a problem to take these early consultations before getting into the heart of the subject a bit later. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, the problem is the speed with which things are happening. We got an announcement very recently to say that consultations would take place from January 15th until the end of March. And then when the government says, oh, there's going to be a second set of consultations, well, the second set of consultations will be on a more definitive map for the train line, and that's coming in the fall. So again, this is something that a lot of people still are dealing with an open wound from the past. And for over 10 years now, this project has been talked about. So we're wondering if the only reason why the government is trying to go so quickly is so that people at Alto can just check boxes so they can get a bonus at the end of the year. And people are asking questions. They're not getting all the answers. They're not going to have time to get their points across, and that's the problem. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I've noticed over the last 10 years that this Liberal government has always been very quick to apologize, and so I'm just kind of wondering, why would it be that suddenly they seem to be so incredibly hesitant to apologize for something that we know really shouldn't have happened?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, unfortunately, there are many examples that we could quote. I feel like there have been a few opposition days now where the Bloc Québécois has talked about requests for apologies, for example, the October crisis, but they haven't said that that was, something they would necessarily want to apologize for. Something similar for the Acadians, but it's ridiculous here. We're talking about what happened, 50 years ago. The government's saying it's unacceptable, but they refuse to offer an apology. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. And just to go back to this similar subject, when we had a motion 6 years ago concerning apologies for the October crisis, the government said, well, listen, that's the past. A couple of weeks ago, when we talked about the Prime Minister's speech on the Plains of Abraham, they said, no, you're living in the past. What we're interested in is jobs and the economy and public service, etc. When they made the choice to make that speech. So they're saying, listen, we're going to do what we want, but don't criticize us for what we do. So my colleague, I'd like to know, in her previous career, if a victim came to her to say, 10 years ago something happened to me, would she say, listen, that was in the past, turn the page, move on? Is that what she would have said to someone? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, if I had done that, I probably would have been fired.
Parliamentary.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny with 35 seconds. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear my colleagues speak to the idea that the government wants to cut the environmental evaluations from 5 years to 2 years in the context of this project. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, that suggests once again that the government is going far too quickly, probably for interests that are completely opposed to the interests of the people who live next to where this project is going to go. The environmental impact studies are there so that we can better understand the impact that a project will have on health, on the economy, on social aspects. And the government is ready to set all of that aside with this bill. It's already in C-15. They're completely setting that aside. And so the government's ready to do that when it's in their interest. And so if that's what they're doing, it's because they're representing interests other than those of the population that they serve. And that makes us worry about the project and how it's going to be put together. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty, pursuant to the Standing Order, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on employment, and the Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay on natural resources. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this debate today, but before I start, there's two things I'd like to mention. First of all, I'd like to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Châteauguay, Les Jardins de Napierville. And second, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to, highlight the work done by an employee in my office. We members of Parliament were nothing without our teams to help us do our day-to-day work and to support us in everything that we do. And yesterday, I had the pleasure to present a certificate of recognition to Louise Goulet. Louise has been working for me for 10 years, and she helped out in my first campaign in 2015, and she's stood by me since then to work for the people of Hull-Aylmer. So I'm very thankful for Louise and also for Martin, Nicolas, Mamadou, Essa, Valérie, and all the others who help me in my work every day. And I'd also like to note that next week, after several months working with the Honourable for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, I will be receiving a parliamentary intern who was working with that member in my office. It's a wonderful program, and I encourage all members to welcome a parliamentary intern when they have the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the high-speed train is going to profoundly change the way that people travel between Quebec City and Toronto. It's going to offer quicker service, more reliable service, more sustainable service in the busiest rail corridor, not just in Canada, but honestly in North America. It's going to cut travel times in half. It's going to allow people to travel from Ottawa to Montreal in less than an hour. Ottawa to Toronto in less than 2 hours. That's not going to just change people's travel habits, but it's also going to change access to jobs, access to new talent, and access to new markets. This increased connectivity is going to have a big impact on regional procurement. It's going to impact, in a positive way, the labor force in the corridor, and it's going to increase economic growth. It's going to bring communities and businesses closer together. Businesses will benefit from new investments and innovations, and the train will offer modern, reliable, and low emissions transportation to Canadians, and it's going to increase our competitiveness. The high-speed train project is necessary because the current transport infrastructure has already reached its limit. Mr. Speaker, the people who live in the train corridor will, between now and, 15 years from now, will go up by up to 24 million. We'll see up to 24 million Canadians living in the corridor between Toronto and Quebec City. 24 million Canadians. We know that our highways won't be able to. They won't be able to take on that new traffic. They're already at capacity, so it's very important that we have a new system in place with a train that will be available. A train, like I said, that's fast, that's reliable, and that's really going to serve Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, at a time when economic uncertainty around the globe is a major issue, a high-speed train represents a historic opportunity to invest in the future of Canada. This is a strategic step forward to building a more resilient and more competitive economy, an economy that will be better placed to resist the challenges of the future, including the threat of tariffs. Major infrastructure projects like this one create jobs. The high-speed train will create 500,000 jobs or sustain 500,000 jobs during the construction project. It will use Canadian expertise, whether that be engineers, architects, surveyors. Canadian expertise will be needed. There will be demand for material and services, both of which come from Canada. The proponent of this project, Alto, estimates that the project will represent $35 billion a year in investments, and the benefits go well beyond just dollars. Over the long term, investing in the high-speed train will bring cities closer together, creating a more resilient economy by facilitating interprovincial trade. And that's a priority that we all recognize is important in the current context. This high-speed train, which is fully electric, will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And it will take over 100,000 cars off of our highways. And the impact assessment law will apply at every level of this project to make sure that the environment is respected as this project moves forward. Mr. Speaker, I participated in the launch of this project. The mayor of Ottawa was there. The mayor of Gatineau wasn't able to be there because she was at another event, but she wanted to be there. There was a resolution from a unanimous resolution supporting this from the city of Montreal. Montreal supports this project. Listen, this is a project we've been talking about for decades now. And now, finally, we're at a time when we can take action. But there are people who want to slow things down. Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable. When there's a project that is so clearly in the interest of everyone in this country, Quebec, Ontario, the entire country. Now is the time to act. Mr. Speaker, the federal Buy Canadian policy is essential to support our national industries and support good jobs for Canadians. It's a measure that will be prioritized whenever possible as we build this project. We will use material made in Canada whenever possible. These measures will help Canadian businesses and it will strengthen our national industrial capacity. As we move forward with this transformative initiative, we are encouraged by the support that we're seeing from Quebecers across the province. Mr. Speaker, it's supported by the Montreal Chamber of Commerce. It's supported by many other chambers of commerce throughout the rail corridor between Quebec and Ontario. This is a golden opportunity to transform our country, to modernize our economy, and to build something that will be used for decades or even centuries to come. By building a faster, more efficient, and more reliable rail network, the high-speed rail initiative will strengthen our supply chains across Canada, and it will stimulate growth over the long term. With the support of our provincial partners, the enthusiasm of municipalities, and the alignment with national priorities, this initiative reflects a common commitment to put in place modern infrastructure that will ensure that Canada remains connected and competitive in the future. Together, Mr. Speaker, I am certain that we are investing in a future where Canadians will benefit. They will benefit from better opportunities and where our economy will be more resilient, more dynamic, and better placed to succeed in a world that is changing very quickly. This is a project for the 21st century. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, whom I appreciate, for his speech. He's a very warm individual. We've gotten to know him as a Speaker of the House of Commons. I do take issue with one part of his speech, however. You know, he's saying we've been waiting too long, we have to move faster, it's unacceptable that we're moving so slowly. Look, Mr. Speaker, I would invite him into my riding of Berthier-Masquinongé. Why doesn't he come and speak to the people in that kilometre corridor to say, hey, you know, these people are going to be said, listen, we're not sure if you're part of those 60 meters. It's going to be the beginning of the consultations. So those people can't do anything on their land. They can't get a mortgage. They're completely frozen out. To tell them that it's really important to move faster, don't you think it would make sense to have thought this out a bit better and not traumatize people for nothing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. A person that I respect a great deal. We have great cooperation together, and I would urge his fellow citizens to take part in consultations. Consultations have begun. I myself took part in consultations here in the National Capital Region. There were so many people there. People were there to make some suggestions, to propose some changes, and I really heard the people that were moving this proposal forward. 20,000 Canadians have already taken part in these consultations. I would urge his constituents to take part in these meetings, to share their concerns, to propose innovative solutions. And I think, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we'll have a great project for all Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, there's a lot of Canadians watching us that will be affected by this high-speed rail network and the right-of-way, which I heard is going to be 10 kilometers wide, the right-of-way. And but for those watching at home trying to wonder what's going on, we're talking about consultations, high-speed rail, and yet the motion is just simply asking for an apology to the people of Maribel for expropriation that happened in 1969. So to the member, is there any appetite for the government to respond to the motion that's on the floor today in terms of what the bloc is proposing?
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct the premises of the question by my honourable colleague. First off, as to what exists today, that is a proposal to identify corridors where this project could take place for consultations with communities to see where we want to head, where we're heading. But what will happen after the consultations until next fall, we will have an opportunity for ALTO to identify a specific route. And again, then there can be further, more in-depth consultations. I really would want to correct that statement, that there's a 10 kilometers wide. It's actually really 60 meters wide. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Hull-Aylmer, dear colleague, I certainly noted your enthusiasm for this project. Can you tell me if in your riding, if citizens in Hull-Aylmer are just as enthusiastic as you are for this type of a project? Just a quick comment to direct your comments through the chair. Again, yes, through you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague for Quebec that there is a great level of enthusiasm for this project, not because it will go through Hull-Aylmer directly, unfortunately. It won't. I mean, we'd like to have it there, but in our riding, in our community, we are building a proposal to have a Gatineau tramway network, and that's a project that I have been sharing and conveying since my election in 2015. I proposed it because I knew a tram would be a modern way to ensure transit, because we know that our roadways are far too busy. Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly a privilege to speak in this House today to discuss this important motion from the member for Mirabel. From what I gather, the Canadian government fully recognizes that expropriation can elicit concerns among Canadians, and that's why, in fact, we've been discussing this matter all day. We also recognize the harms that a number of families experienced in 1969 when their farms were expropriated to build the international Montreal-Mirabel Airport. The measures taken at the time should never have been taken and should never again recur in the future. I myself was born in the riding of Berthier-Masquinongé. I heard about this when I was very young, and I'm fully aware of the harm, the scarring that was caused in the community. But we've moved on. We've learned from this, and our institutions have learned. We don't act in that way today. And I want to assure this House that these considerations are taken very seriously and that the expropriation regime has deeply changed over the last 57 years. What I'm concerned about, Mr. Speaker, and what leads me to speak before this House is the fact that the high-speed rail is not really loudly being supported by the Bloc Québécois members here, and that might actually stall some of our efforts. And there's a lot of misinformation as well. Disinformation, as we know, is a scourge in our institutions and the world. It's important that we tell it like it is to our fellow citizens. That it's important to note that we're not always hearing the right messaging on the ALTO project. Again, this afternoon, I heard from a colleague from the Bloc Québécois who said the ALTO projects would be done with no consultations, would be subject to no regulations. That's not the case. There are sincere consultation processes in place. There's an impact assessment process that will happen. There is a social license process underway in the motion, they say that it is important not to move forward in such a way as to disrespect the regulations. The reality is that the parties need to be treated fairly, and all of this happens today. They have the right to negotiate, even if they are not satisfied, to appear before the federal court. So the idea of expropriations without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. The government is engaging in due diligence. In my writing, I think things will be done correctly. But I also want to make sure that our colleagues understand that we will be preserving the fundamental protections for the rights of landowners, ensuring a fair, consistent, and respectful process for all people involved. The Bloc claims that the high-speed rail corridor that is 60 meters wide will lead to the same historic injustices as was experienced by the citizens of Mirabel. That's not correct either. The footprint of these projects represent less than 1% of the footprint of Mirabel at the time. There will be a rigorous consultation process underway, and as I mentioned, environmental impact assessments that are only possible if the High-Speed Rail Act passes, contrary to the statements made by the Bloc. The impact assessment process that needs to apply to all segments. It involves in-depth consultations in Mirabel and along the entire rail line, including in the riding I was born in, as I said, Berthier, Masquinongé. This process is a complement to the consultations that have just recently been launched by Alto. We know that Alto will be leading consultations in over 100 communities, will be working with elected representatives, will be holding public information sessions, and will be in contact with the people along this rail line. Not only do a large majority of Quebecers support this bill, but the government of Quebec does as well. Our High-Speed Rail Act is based on discussions held with the government of Quebec and inspired by the Quebec Act relating to expropriation. The fear campaign led by the Bloc against our high-speed rail project would not protect Canadians. In fact, it would lead to the failure of this project that involves 50,000 jobs, $35 million in GDP, and incredible benefits for the steel, wood, and construction sectors in this country. The Bloc's approach also jeopardizes greenhouse gas efforts. We're talking about 100,000 cars that would no longer be on the road. There are local businesses, rural communities that also benefit along this route. And it compromises also this idea that Canadians have are ingenious and smart and ambitious enough to bring to fruition these kinds of major projects. We need to link up Canada better. We need to grow our economy and support our workers. I am deeply concerned by the disinformation and fear-mongering campaign led by the Bloc Québécois from Montreal to Quebec City to Laval and everywhere in between. This will lead to the failure of our high-speed rail project. We know we can build the high-speed rail if we avoid all mistakes in the past, and that's specifically what this act aims to do. And so I would urge the Bloc to put an end to these political games, to listen to the Quebec people, and to put a stop to its mission aiming to cause the failure of this high-speed rail project. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to welcome my two colleagues who have been working for 10 years in this riding. These are the people that support us, and these are the people that receive comments in the field from people who see these kinds of projects and wonder, how come there are no consultations in my road, my street? You have the UPA from Lanaudière that said this, and I'll quote, They say, certainly, we do not want to repeat the same scenario as what happened in Mirabel, and that's the agricultural producers. So I wonder, why is it that my colleague is unwilling to welcome our demands here today, to express her apologies, and to admit that the consultations are not actually happening out in the field? The member, we recognize what happened. We recognize the devastating impact of the expropriations around Mirabel at the time. But to use that as an example in the case of the high-speed rail project, I think it's not going to help. It won't help us to reduce our greenhouse gases, to build this incredible project. We are open to consultations. There will be a rigorous consultation process underway that is documented, and there have been consultations already, these initial consultations, but we need to formalize the project itself so that we can ensure that there are more formal consultations. And of course, the people from the UPA will be parties to these consultations.
York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member referenced the potential devastating effects of expropriation, and in her speech she spoke about fairness and respect. And I couldn't help but notice that she has afforded none of that in her fanatical drive to steal the firearms from law-abiding firearms owners in Canada. And I wondered, with police associations rejecting her gun grab, would she apologize to them today?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. I'm quite surprised to see where this conversation is going. Over 70% of the people of Canada support the bill that's underway. And this is a respectful process, Mr. Speaker, and the consultations underway is specifically because the owners of these firearms bought them in good faith, and that's why there will be compensation. I believe there is a great deal of respect being expressed. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I entirely support my colleague on this front, even though that's not the actual subject at hand. She's going. I want to express my full support, and then I think all of my colleagues you will find support her. Now, the high-speed rail, as an engineer, I think my colleague, I can say, is also an engineer. A bill like this one is a complex project. It takes quite a while to do everything in the right direction, in the right steps, in the right direction. And is this period of time moving too quickly, indeed? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. I think Canadians do want us to move swiftly. We should not prevaricate on this. We are able, as a society, as a community, to do things if we work together. We can consult in a respectful way where we listen to one another. We can define how we want to achieve this project. We can obtain reparations if needed to have solutions. And this project, despite its level of technological complexity, I think this is a major gain. 4 years is not too long. We've been waiting for 30 years. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Acton-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleagues' comments with great interest, but there's one thing I don't understand. The motion is in three parts. To apologize to those whose land was appropriated, they say they agree. To acknowledge the collective trauma, they say that's fine, they've done that, they agree with it. To no longer continue these expropriations again with public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation, they again say yes to that. Why aren't they voting for it then if they agree with everything? The Secretary of State, 20 seconds. It's not up to me to determine the result of the vote next week, but the debate, the discussions here in the House, outside of the House, and over social media networks, what we're hearing, they're claiming that we're irresponsible, that the project is actually trampling over the rights of others, that it is disregarding the rights of farmers, and that's not the case at all. And that's precisely why you've heard from my colleagues all day today. They've been trying to correct the record. It's a good project for Quebecers. It's a good project for Canadians, and we need to work together on this.
Please do that.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. I didn't realize it was my time, Mr. Speaker. Had I known, I wouldn't have fought to ask a question so quickly. I would have kept a few punches for my speech. Well, look, I will repeat a few things. Good day, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this motion, our Bloc Québécois motion, our Opposition Day motion. I'll read it. It's in 3 parts. That the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods, and to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. Personally, again, this is not a proposed amendment I'm raising today, but if I had a 4th point to add to this motion, it would be this: that we unbaptize the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport and call Mirabel Airport Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Why not give the name of a flagrant failure to a monument that is one? I think that would be appropriate. The one who is responsible for this failure from 1969, that's him. And this man usurped so many rights. He was absolutely disrespectful of the rights of so many. In October 1970s, you'll remember several people were jailed. Several poets and others were jailed at the time. That's the point that I would have added. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, but I'm hearing some discussions here in the chambers. Could they please step outside to have those discussions? Yes, indeed. If members want to have side conversations, we would invite them to step outside the chambers. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oftentimes the questions that we get are from the very people who weren't listening to our speeches, and they ask us questions about things that we've repeated 15 times throughout our speeches.
Allons-y quand même.
Now, let's move on and cover a few different elements. We know that the route will lead to the expropriation of Mirabel families in various cases. Some of them will still be living with the terrible impacts of the 1969 expropriations to build the Mirabel Airport. 3,000 families were expropriated, and the government didn't even use all of the land, having to give back the surplus. Some people left the region altogether and started new lives elsewhere. I will give a little bit of an aside because I just remembered something. I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague from Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Despite being the responsible for the problem, Ottawa has never apologized in Mirabel. They've given apologies elsewhere. For example, Marc Garneau gave apologies on behalf of the House here in Ottawa, but the House has never given a formal apology to the people whose lives were turned completely upside down. The consultation process has been presented by the government as a simple courtesy, but it is inadequate given what people have gone through. Now they're saying that there's a public consultation in progress. But do we even know when it will take place? Have dates been revealed? If the people across the way, sorry, through you, Mr. Speaker, if the members across the way have an answer to that question, I would be very interested in hearing it. One thing that we heard a lot in speeches up till now is you have to go fast, as fast as possible. But that's what they did in 1969. People moved too fast, and it actually wasn't worth the effort. The 1969 project was a miserable failure, and there are still families impacted by it to this day. Earlier, I asked a question to my colleague from Saint-Jean, a former lawyer. Sometimes people like to say that history is just water under the bridge. That's what the government said when we raised a motion about the October crisis a few years ago. People tell us, no, you guys are living in the past. We care about the economy and social services and people's rights and modern problems. But it's the government that decided to give a whole speech about history just recently. So the government is all very well. It's all very well and good for the government to dismiss history when that's to their advantage, but they care about history when that's to their advantage. I asked my colleague, a lawyer, if someone came to your office and said, I was victimized a few years ago, would you tell that person, no, you're living in the past, history is water under the bridge? That would get any lawyer fired, and yet that is what the government is doing. The government has said that over the last 60 years, they've developed a consultation system. In Quebec has the BAP, which does great work, but the government says that we too have a new consultation system. Today, projects can never be imposed upon people. Today, the government can never circumvent the will of the people. But let us recall that in the last week of the June session, during a heat wave, when people were getting out their barbecues and going swimming, when no one was paying attention to what was going on in the House of Commons, then, when the public was distracted, the government adopted a gag order and rammed through a bill that would allow it to suspend a number of pieces of legislation, even the criminal code. It would have allowed developers to go talk to a minister and get instant approval without true consultation. That is what Bill C-5 was all about. And it was passed with support from the official opposition. They voted not just for the act itself, but also for the gag order that got it passed. The government says we got to fast-track everything. We even got to fast-track fast-tracking measures. This was unacceptable. The lowest of a low blow. In C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, the government gave itself and Alto the ability to circumvent the Expropriations Act. Also, to conclude, sorry, I've lost track of time. I have about 3 minutes? 3 minutes? Okay. Well, then, I'm almost at the end of my speech. Some say that the federal law and Quebec law are in accordance, but that's not entirely true. There's differences in, for example, the compensation regime. Given that high-speed rail will be an interprovincial project, Ottawa has given itself the right to circumvent Quebec law by federalizing the file entirely. They will say, since Quebec does not have exclusive jurisdiction over high-speed rail, the federal government must be in control. Earlier, the government accused the Bloc of spreading disinformation, but they are the ones spreading disinformation. They accuse us of being against high speed. That's a lie. It's entirely untrue. Social acceptability must be taken into consideration. The experiences of locals must be taken into consideration. History must be taken into consideration, be it Quebec history or Indigenous history. I'm from Saint-Hyacinthe, but I am talking about Mirabel because what happens in one part of Quebec impacts all of Quebec. We cannot allow Ottawa to award itself extreme powers through bills like C-5 and C-15. They cannot do what they're doing in Mirabel in other locations. So this opposition day is not just about correcting an error of the past, though that is one thing it's about. It's about protecting Mirabel, and through Mirabel, all Quebecers. In 1969, the government traumatized an entire region. And they were able to do that without the loopholes in C-5 and C-15. Imagine what they can do today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, I'm a new member here. I have never been through what the member calls a gag order. Also, the bloc has talked a lot about C5. My esteemed colleague even raised it in his speech just now. But I didn't hear him talk about what was in C5, so it's important to correct the record. They're saying some things which are not entirely true, and I'm concerned about disinformation. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. On June 13th, a gag order was imposed. We're just checking whether the member voted for it. You can whisper me the answer. But in the meantime, sure, Bill C5 doesn't specifically bring up Mirabel and high-speed rail, but it gives the government the capacity to circumvent laws. Do we have an answer there? Do we know how our colleague voted?
Okay. Alors, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have observed that over the last 10 years, the Liberal government has been very quick to offer apologies. So, I wonder why, all of a sudden, the government is so reluctant to give apologies for something that we all know for a fact should never have happened. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Acton. I find that fascinating. The government has already said that there was an apology and it was unacceptable and they don't want to minimize the trauma. And yet they don't seem willing to vote in favour of this motion. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for my learned colleague. What is his response to the fact that behind our motion are concerned citizens? People are worried about losing their land. They're worried about having their rights violated. We are raising, therefore, citizen concerns, and yet we are shouted down in the House, accused of spreading information and playing petty politics. How does my colleague respond? The Honourable Member. That's an easy way to answer, isn't it? The government, it's all very easy for the government to say that we're trying to hold up high-speed rail, but we support high-speed rail. I think it's ironic that people who support big oil are now wagging their finger at us and lecturing us about the environment. The Honourable Member for Le Pays d'en Haut. Thank you, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I have always enjoyed working with my colleague. I would just like to encourage him to use the French term for fast-tracking instead of the Anglicism. So, if the Bloc Québécois is for high-speed rail, does my colleague think that 4 years of consultations is too fast? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Acton. I would like to thank him for correcting my French. That's great. So, I will thank him for the compliment. I enjoyed working with him as well. And I want to correct myself. It was June 16th, not the 13th, that there was a gag order, and the Secretary of State for Nature voted in favor. Now, his question was about the importance of major projects, if I understood correctly. Have I understood? He asked whether 4 years was enough time. Well, that depends. There's a leadership race going on in Quebec right now, and people are talking about the third link even today. Not all projects are the same. Some can be done quicker, some can be done less quickly. Not all projects are of the same scale, not all of them have the same consultation needs. High speed would cover a vast amount of territory, so we need to be especially careful. And we should be worried that the government is creating, is handing over a blank check. I worry about these sort of things happening. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is progress? In my view, progress means a society advancing towards the common good. Did the Mirabel Airport proposed by Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau in the late 60s represent progress? No, because this project, the Airport of the Future, fell to pieces. And also because it was done in a hurried way. The federal government carried out massive expropriations in Mirabel. 10,000 people were victims of expropriations. 3,000 people lost their land. 97,000 acres were expropriated when the government only needed 15,000. This was not progress. This was a tragedy. Progress and rushing do not go well together. Here's an even older example. For my Western colleagues, the Canadian Pacific Rail. This was also built in a hurried way. Thousands of immigrants from all over the world came to work on this railway, but they worked under abusive conditions and had awful living conditions. This was the case for 15,000 Chinese workers. Many were injured, many were killed, at least 600 of them lost their lives. Rushing and progress do not go well together. I actually did some reports on the Mirabel expropriations when I was a journalist to mark the 60th anniversary of these events. I was able to observe that people are still feeling the scars of this tragedy. When you take someone's home from them, steal their land, even if they get some compensation down the line, that will have lasting effects. But when I was a reporter, people said it was the 60s. Back then, we did things quicker. People brushed aside the human needs of locals. But the people told me that was the past. But since then, we've seen C-15, we've seen C-5. It looks like, once again, the government is rushing. Mr. Speaker, high-speed rail is being discussed since the 1980s. This government has been in power since 2015. And the whole time, they've done little to move the project forward. And now suddenly they want to do it, and they're saying we have to do it quickly. We have to get it done. Their strategy is to rush. This is dangerous, and this is counterproductive. Let's look at the Liberal government's approach to C-15. C-15 is entitled the High-Speed Rail Act. And just so people understand, it was always possible to build high-speed rail. It was possible to do it before Mr. Trump came into power and kicked off this wave of rushing. It was always possible. You just had to follow the rules. For example, respect people's individual rights. The High-Speed Rail Network Act is meant to speed up high-speed rail. That's what the government wants. But the faster you move, the more risks you take. These are risks of unfair treatment. In our offices, we often take calls from people who have been victims of injustice. Maybe they didn't get their old age security on time. Maybe they didn't get their passport on time. The public service makes mistakes sometimes. It happens. And the faster you move, the greater the risk of mistakes. I spent 10 years working in legal aid, working to correct injustices done against the people by the government. C-15 speeds things up and increases the risk of mistakes. That's why we are saying let's slow down and take time to do things right so that we can achieve real progress, because we support high-speed rail. We support progress, but we want there to be progress rather than another tragedy. What else do we find in this legislation? The government would exempt Alto from approval from the Canadian Transport Authority. So what's the Canadian Transport Authority even for? They're saying we don't need approval from it. I'm sure people working at the Canadian Transport Authority are shocked to find that their office has no point. It also says that routes proposed by Alto are deemed adopted by the Major Projects Office. That's another risk of injustice, a risk of mistakes. The bill also gives extreme expropriation rights and a first right of refusal to Alto so that they can get high-speed built. Here's how it will work, Mr. Speaker. They say we'll expropriate now and figure out the details down the road. So Alto can expropriate along a 10-kilometer wide corridor. That seems like a lot. The people in Mirabel are worried, and rightly so. They're being reminded of the 1960s expropriations. Back then, the government expropriated 97,000 acres of land when they only needed 15,000 acres. So they're saying we'll expropriate now, and and only then will we do environmental assessments because we've got to go quickly. What will be the impact of all this? They'll do the expropriations, then they'll do the assessments, and maybe the assessments will say you shouldn't have expropriated because the impact will be too significant. But at that point, the people will have already lost their land, and the government will be dealing with a bunch of surplus land. That brings back bad memories. Another Liberal innovation has to do with public hearings. Ministers are required to hold public hearings about proposed expropriations, but C-15 will exempt Alto from having to hold public hearings. It will also exempt them from having to seek ministerial approval before expropriations. Sure, things will go faster, but this will raise the risk of injustice and of mistakes.
And then banning people from doing work. So when Alto has undertaken the expropriations, they'll have the opportunity to request a ban on any further work being done, and that's a concern for us. There are people who are worried about this because they're saying, well, listen, let's say I'm within the 10-kilometer corridor, and 10 kilometers, that's quite a wide corridor, and I've got some work to do. I have to invest in my farm business or whatever, but there's a ban on any work. So that's blocking a lot of work and investment. That's one of the problems with this initiative, is to say, yes, we're going to bulldoze, but there are people who are going to face injustice, who aren't going to be able to use the full value of their property. And, of course, apparently the government can do everything by email. So, yeah, absolutely, everything goes more quickly. Well, listen, you know, sometimes if you want to do things in a serious way, you send someone on site. You send someone to deliver the information, and you make sure it's done properly. But here, no, that's too expensive. The government is sending an email saying that you're going to be, subject to expropriation. So listen, it's too bad, Mr. Speaker. We're sorry to, have to affect the Liberals' enthusiasm for this project. We also like the idea of a TGV, but we can't just sit down and join in the joy on the other side and forget the people on the ground and who've had to deal with these announcements. And, they're saying, oh, there's going to be consultations. And what we're seeing is that these consultations are happy hours or immersive experiences. So they're trying to do this, in sort of a festive way. That's what we're hearing. They're trying to make this, a festive occasion, but there's just a complete lack of sensitivity here, Mr. Speaker. So our motion today is just to say that you have to do things properly to avoid causing problems for people on the ground. That's how we make progress. That's how we move together as a society for the common good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, listen. It's really unfortunate that the Bloc Québécois is leading a fear campaign and that they're using this place to give bad information. My colleague knows very well that the bill, that the Expropriations Act from 1985 has been changed to ensure that we include consultations. And also, the aspects that are in Bill C-15 go even further by ensuring that there are consultations, by ensuring there's an evaluation assessment, or an impact assessment, by ensuring there's consultation with Indigenous people, and by ensuring respect of regulations. So they're saying, oh, they're holding happy hours. Geez, that's such a bad faith description of a very serious and solid process that's underway. So I'm a little bit confused because my colleague seems to be saying, yes, we're in favor of the project, but at the same time, we're trying to scare people and say that, they're not doing this the right way. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish my colleague was right, and I wish that this was an invention, because I wouldn't be as worried for the people on the ground. There are mayors who are saying that they haven't been consulted. And what does Bill C-15 do? Well, it removes several protections under the law from this project. So these are legitimate concerns. And when my colleague across the way just says that none of those concerns are valid, well, I'm really worried. I think the government is, it's showing a lack of sensitivity and a lack of intellectual curiosity. The Honourable Member for Côte du Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kadim-Escota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, we learned today from the member for Beauport-Limoilou that the tramway in Quebec City is up to about $13 billion. $13 billion, and construction hasn't even started yet. So listen, we're all, in favor of transport, public transit. But here, in Quebec City, we're talking about $13 billion for 20 kilometers. Can we really evaluate what the cost is going to be for 1,000 kilometers across farmland in Canada? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouche. Well, I thank my colleague for his question, my colleague from Eastern Quebec, and the two of us often speak about trains, and we talk about the high-speed train in this project, but there's also the issue of the Via Rail train passenger service, which I think is a concern for both of us, and which is another battle to be fought. Now, when it comes to the costs, obviously, it's something that needs to be studied, and if we move things forward too quickly and we don't look at things in detail, well, I think there's an increased risk of the costs exploding. But I think we need to invest in public transit. That's true. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech and his excellent analysis of the situation. He's very clearly explained that we want the project to work, but we want it to be done properly. We want to protect the rights of our fellow citizens. And when the government says that, laws were improved in the 1980s, yes, that's true. But what we're worried about is the bills that are being studied right now that will allow this project to move forward more quickly. And I'd like to ask my colleague, in his opinion, what will be the result? Does he understand why the government would vote against this motion? Because this motion, what it says, again, every element has been answered, the government has repeated that, they agree with the basic content of the motion. And so I think in this case, the government is in favor of the content of this motion, despite themselves. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouche. Well, I thank my colleague for his question. It would be difficult for me to guess why our colleagues across the way are motivated to vote against our motion, but I think the general idea is that this is a good project, and yeah, we'd like everything to be good, but you have to be careful in life. It's when you want to build something and you go too quickly, it doesn't always go well, and I think that's what we don't appreciate. We're, I think, the voice of reason here. We're saying that yes, things need to be done, but they need to be done properly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. And the Honourable Member will have about 7 minutes for his speech. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I wanted to ask you, how much time I would have. Okay, so it's my turn now to speak to this issue. And like many of our colleagues, I'd like to take this opportunity to note that yesterday I also celebrated with one of my employees. There are 5 years of service. So India Lahe, thank you. Thank you very much for your work, the work that you do. And congratulations and thank you for everything you've done. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the motion and speak specifically to the subject of the day. And that is essentially the high-speed train project, the Alto project. And I've already said several times today in the House when I was replying to several speeches from the Bloc Québécois that, I think that what happened in 1969, Mr. Speaker, was completely unacceptable. And, there are no excuses for what happened. But we're no longer in 1969, it's 2026. In the meantime, a lot of things have changed, and a situation like what happened in 1965 would not happen and could not happen today, and it won't happen with the Alto project or with any other public infrastructure project. What we're hearing today, and the colleagues from the Bloc Québécois have spoken to this several times today, they're making a comparison, and it reminds me what we heard at the time in 2016, 2017 on the Réseau Express Métropolitain, the REM project in Montreal, because the government at the time made certain changes to certain laws at that time to make sure that that project, the REM project, could move forward quickly, and that it could move forward within the budgets and the prescribed timeframes. And at the time, there were all kinds of fear campaigns saying that it was going to be the end of the world, it would never happen, it would be impossible, that the government couldn't act like that, and the government was giving the Caisse de dépôt the right to seize property from people. All of that was said many times. There was a lot of fear that was generated by many political groups at the time, including the Bloc Québécois. And here we are a few years later, and the REM is a reality now in Montreal. Despite the pandemic and other things that happened, explosives that were discovered in the Mount Royal Tunnel, for example, it's there. And none of those disastrous scenarios that were raised at the time took place. There were no seizures of private property, Mr. Speaker. So I think that, yes, I understand the concerns of people in the Mirabel region. But to suggest that the same thing that happened in 1969 could happen again today, well, listen, that's not the case, because the situation is completely different. So what's the Alto project? Well, here. This project, a high-speed train in the Quebec City, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto corridor, is something that we've been talking about for over 30 years, Mr. Speaker, and for all kinds of reasons, good reasons and less good reasons, the project's never gone forward. Government after Gunnedev has decided not to move forward for all kinds of reasons. But now, Mr. Speaker, our government has a firm intention to move forward with this project. And the government is moving forward in an organized, structured way, having learned the lessons of the past with previous infrastructure projects and other government projects. And absolutely, the memories of 1969 are always there, and of course, we're not going to put in place the same sort of conditions that led to that situation in 1969. And so The project office that's in place has been created to start the initial work. There's also a private consortium, the Cadence Group, with a number of businesses that have a lot of experience in this area to make sure that we take the necessary amount of time to put this mega project in place. But we're taking the time that's needed and no more. The goal is to build this project within a reasonable time frame so that we can control the costs of this major project. So Alto, which is a governmental organization which represents the government, has started this preparatory work, and I would even say that we're in a pre-consultation period right now. Quite a wide corridor has been set out. At the moment, we're far from finalizing the final corridor, the final route that this rail line is going to take, and we're going to make sure that it's done quickly, but not too quickly for such a project, you know. Thank you very much.
Order, l'ordre, comme il est.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to dispose of every question necessary to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Arsenault, moved that the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods, and to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded division. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, February 9th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just to recognize that there might be unanimous consent to call it 5:30 at this time so we could be in private members' hour.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so order. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-227, National Strategy on Housing for Young Canadians Act, bill standing in the name of Mr. Clark.
Resuming debate, prise de débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton has 8 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listen, in my case, I barely started my speech in 2 minutes. I barely had the time to say good evening, so I'm taking up my speech again. So housing is an issue that... Housing, and, you know, this is coming from the question who asks question every time, so I would invite him to listen to us before he asks his question. Housing is very, very important for me. Because in my riding, like elsewhere, there's a crisis, a major crisis that is hitting so hard that the city of Saint-Hyacinthe, where 2/3 of the population of my riding lives, has for a long time had the unenviable title of having the lowest inoccupancy rate in Quebec. We were at about 0.4%. Now today it's gone up a little bit, but for a long time it was a dangerous inoccupancy rate, 0.4%. That's another way of saying that there was no housing available. And on top of that, there were a series of fires in the downtown of Saint-Hyacinthe. And those were particularly vulnerable clients who were victims of those fires, and they were people who often didn't have insurance. So it's harder to rehouse those people and to get them out of this terrible situation. You know, in our region, we're never going to have very high levels of inoccupancy because we have the best agricultural land in Quebec, so it's not a region that can be dezoned easily. But there is a way to have projects that are smart and which are responsible. The bill, however, which certainly, it comes from good intentions, and we agree with those good intentions to make it easier for young Canadians and young Quebecers aged 17 to 34 to get access to affordable housing. Well, certainly there's good intention there, and there's no problem with that intention, but we're going to vote against this bill because this is a bill that unfortunately is hollow. It's useless. It suggests a national strategy, but there's absolutely nothing to put meat on the bones in it. At best, it will allow the government to say it has a strategy. It will allow the government to claim that it can show the provinces how they should do their jobs, because centralization and pan-Canadian standards are second nature for Ottawa. The government already has a whole range of programs in place, and they already have ways to send funds to the provinces, and they can certainly cede land that they already own, and that would be useful. But this project would give the government a blank check, even if it says there should be consultations with the provinces and other stakeholders. There are all kinds of examples where consultations are limited to just an email that's been sent. So consultations that become briefings. That's what happens, in Ottawa. That Ottawa just says, here's what we're doing, here's where we're going. But Quebec and the municipalities have better knowledge, much better knowledge of what's happening on the ground in their area. That's one of the virtues of decentralization. Even if Ottawa says that it wants to collaborate, well, usually it's an Ottawa knows best approach. And that gives us an idea of what Ottawa would do if it had a strategy like this one. And that's not reassuring. If we can learn from the past, it's an important lesson to learn. There's already $55 billion over 10 years that are in place, but Ottawa can barely make that program work because of the administrative burden. The municipalities are doing all the work. And that's why what we're asking for, and what would be a better solution, is for there to be a transfer of funds without condition to Quebec for housing. That would be the simplest and the cheapest way to create conditions that would allow for the construction of housing. By adding conditions, Ottawa adds bureaucrats. In Ottawa and in Quebec, you have to create reports, you have to do follow-up on the money that's been spent. It's a way of working that's costly and which is also inefficient.
We also think the definition of the word affordable by Ottawa is inadequate. The government's being asked to modulate, to clarify the definition of the word affordable so that the funding would support the building of affordable housing. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 3 minutes? Very well. So this bill gives any designated minister the mandate to lead consultations. And again, the word consultation is debatable. To create this national housing strategy, what the government could do without a bill. Do we actually need a bill to say, get shovels in the ground or start consultations? I think this is just smoke and mirrors. I think it's an empty shell. I think it's useless. The strategy, which is not actually being created by this bill, because for the reason I've just reported, aims to give access to young people to affordable housing in an age range. Of course, we appreciate this, no problem with that. The minister will be leading consultations with provincial, territorial, and municipal representatives, as well as other groups. Clearly, as I was saying, all of this is not crazy in this bill. There are some things in it that make sense. But what's clear is that the best solution would be on an unconditional transfer of funds for any Quebec initiative for student housing in Quebec to reduce the pressure on housing stock in the regions and upon the initiative of colleges and universities. I have a number of them in my riding. I have a CEGEP. I have the veterinary medicine clinic and others, and these are all students who could benefit. And the housing crisis is something that needs to be taken seriously. That's a fundamental fact. That should be at the very core of our concerns. Because housing needs to be considered a right. Sure, there are community organizations throughout this country that do excellent work. They could inform tenants on their rights. They could tell them what they can have access to. Not every owner will be able to adequately inform people of their rights. That's why these organizations are so useful. You need to be able to build, and to be able to build, you need some funds. To address the housing crisis, you can't just say, let's create a bill that does not launch a strategy, but will simply launch discussions. And we know what's happened over the course of our history when these things are promised. Actually, what's required is a permanent reinvestment. It could be 1% of the state's budget that could go towards housing. It could be an amount that could be set regardless of levels of inflation. Every year there would be something that would be indexed to inflation, for instance. And thank you very much, Speaker. I see that my time is up.
De les Pays.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make sure I say Madame la Présidente or Madam Speaker during my speech. Madam Speaker, in fact. I'm pleased to rise today for the second time in 2026 on behalf of the citizens of my riding. Madam Speaker, here before us, we have this bill, C-227, for a national strategy on housing. This bill is something that I'm quite personally interested in. I have two children, 20 and 23. They're in university, and they have to pay extraordinary amounts to find housing in Montreal. And in the coming years, they'll need to find some other housing, or perhaps they'll buy their own homes. This bill would require that the minister consult with other orders of government and stakeholders to create a national strategy on housing for young Canadians, meaning they could have better access to affordable and safe housing. Madam Speaker, we all know that coordination between levels of government is a key to achieving good results. I was once a mayor of a small municipality, and I worked with the provincial and federal governments in the context of a construction project of building 30 housing units for seniors, and I can affirm confidently, Madam Speaker, that the complexity of programs and the delays in analyzing files discourages actors who want to create housing, whether it's municipalities or nonprofit housing. In our case here, from the first application to the completion of projects, it usually takes 5 years, and we can do better. This bill, Bill 227, Madam Speaker, proposes the development of a coordinated solution in consultation with the provinces, territories, and municipalities. This is what we need now, but let's specifically address young people. Young Canadians are facing an unprecedented housing market. Access to home ownership is increasingly difficult, even for rental housing. The result is a generation that's having a hard time putting down roots, a challenge that's being felt throughout Quebec and Canada. Without affordable housing options, young Canadians are going to be facing difficult decisions, such as turning down a job that's far away, or delaying starting a family, or feeling disadvantaged in comparison with previous generations. This undermines productivity and economic growth in Canada over the long term. To address these concerns, we need to do two things. We need to make sure that more young people have more money in their pockets, and we have to build housing. Over the last 9 months, this government has done specifically this, and I will raise the measures that we have implemented to foster affordability for all Canadians and for Canadians, young Canadians, to be able to pay their rent or their mortgages. We did away with the carbon tax. We made a generational change with a middle-class tax cut, meaning that Quebecers and Canadians can keep more money in their pockets. This represents about $800 per family. To reduce the upfront cost of buying a new home for young people and stimulate new home construction throughout the country, we did away with the GST for first-time home buyers. That represents savings up to $50,000, which is very encouraging. We also know that the tax-free savings account for first-time home buyers is an extraordinary program. My children are contributing to it. Many other young Canadians do as well. It represents a tax-sheltered savings of $40,000 for our young people's first home. Canadians are working hard to afford housing, but high mortgage payments are a barrier to first-time home ownership, especially for young people. That's why we have relaxed some mortgage criteria to allow more young people to qualify for loans. And more recently, we have just announced a Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit to protect the purchasing power of Canadians. We'll be putting more money directly into the pockets of millions of Canadians, and this benefit will help more than 12 million Canadians. This is not to forget about the child care, dental care, and school care programs that all help to ease the financial burden on families. Madam Speaker, in addition to all these measures to make life more affordable for Canadians, we focused on the other side, which is building Canadian homes. We created Built Canada Homes, a new federal agency that will finance and build affordable housing on a large scale while catalyzing residential home construction, home building. This is a bold approach that will have positive impacts for young people across Canada. One of our government's key commitments is to double the pace of housing construction in Canada to 500,000 units in 10 years by combining access to federal land and development expertise and financing under one roof. Build Canada Homes will make it faster and easier to build new homes. As of today, Madam Speaker, 4,000 homes will be built on federal lands, with a significant portion of these being affordable housing. Things are moving also on the Quebec front. We are working to increase the supply on the Quebec side. The governments of Quebec and Canada are cooperating to support the development of communities and to build more homes through a joint collaboration table. The governments are working together to finance affordable housing projects aligned with shared priorities, to simplify, accelerate approval processes, and ensure better coordination between the governments, municipal, and community partners. That's precisely the spirit behind Bill C-227. Having been the mayor of a small municipality and an engineer by profession, I know full well that these new homes will need to be served by roads, water mains, sewers, recognizing that accelerating residential construction requires major investments in infrastructure. The Quebec and federal governments have also announced the signing of the agreement on the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. We will be investing nearly $1 billion, which Quebec will be able to use in accordance with its guidelines and local needs to modernize and develop essential infrastructure, specifically with respect to drinking water, wastewater, and storm water. This is absolutely critical. These measures, these investments in Bill 227, will provide young people with better opportunities to access housing. In my riding of Les Pays d'en Haut, the average cost of a single-family home is $540,000. The average cost of a condo is $385,000. The average apartment is rented out at $1,200 to $1,500 per month. Most of the people in my riding work in tourism, in hotels, restaurants, boutiques, ski centers. They say it's very difficult to afford housing given their wages. Many young people, unfortunately, leave my riding to go elsewhere where housing is less expensive, and that's unacceptable. I think Bill C-227 allows us to take a step in the right direction, and I want to ensure I want to assure everyone that we are here for young people, and I certainly hope my colleagues across the way will prioritize this effort. And I want to thank the member who sponsored this bill, and I want to thank him on behalf of all the young people in this country for this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for switching spots with the other speaker over the course of my speech.
Madam Speaker, welcome back. That's good. I'll try to keep that straight through my speech. I want to begin by saying it's an honor to rise on behalf of my constituents, the good people of Brandon, Souris, Westman, and it's an important topic we're discussing here today. I hear often when I'm back at home and from constituents when I'm here about the challenging housing climate that we're living in. No part of Manitoba is escaping that. I represent Brandon, the province's second largest city, and I also have some of the smallest communities in our province, and there seems to be a lack of housing and affordable housing options just about everywhere you go, regardless of the size of community. And so we know action does need to be taken on this front. And so it's good to hear that my colleague, one of the class of 2025, that I have had the pleasure of meeting, has brought this forward. I'm glad to hear somebody on that side of the aisle is thinking about young people and affordable housing, because if you hear the front bench on the Liberal side talk, they seem to think that everything's doing great. All of their initiatives have been a roaring success over the last 10 years. There should be no housing shortages. The programs run perfectly. And we know that that's not the reality on the ground that our communities and young people across the country are facing when they're trying to get out of their parents' houses and get into the housing market themselves. So while we appreciate the member from Nova Scotia bringing this forward, I think, unfortunately, all it is another framework, which is part of the problem of why there is a housing shortage in this country, and very skeptical on this side of the House that we think this would have any impact on improving the situation. In fact, it could quite likely make it worse. Young Canadians don't need another strategy from these Liberals. We've had a few. They've already got the National Housing Strategy. They've already got the Housing Accelerator Fund. They've got other programs under the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation. We've got all kinds of different initiatives, Build Canada Homes now, that they've announced and announced and announced, and almost no homes have been built relative to the amount of money that's been established or, allocated to all those different initiatives and strategies and frameworks. And so why is that, Madam Speaker? Well, because the Liberals have put so many barriers in place to actually accessing that money, it's completely burdensome for builders to access it. And so many, and I hear from them often, I often ask, Brandon got money under the Housing Accelerator Fund. Why aren't more affordable units being built in the city? Well, the developers, quite honestly, have been very candid with me that there is so much red tape and bureaucratic nonsense at the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation and hoops to jump through and boxes to tick that many of them have just walked away completely from dealing with government to try and build these units, because it's just so difficult to get anything built through them. And they don't need to do that. Meaning build affordable housing units. I mean, they're running successful businesses on their own. Government needs them to be doing it, and so they should be making it as easily accessible as possible for these businesses to be incentivized to build affordable housing units and to build affordable homes that people can afford to buy. I do get concerned as well that we're often talking about just affordable rental units and not incentivizing the private sector to build homes and encourage home ownership. And I think too often these Liberals get sidetracked just talking about the rental market, and not enough time spent on focusing on home ownership. Now, we had hoped that the Build Canada Homes might take a different approach. It's been a pretty slow start, but nonetheless, we still have hope that perhaps maybe the Liberals will find a way to get the bureaucracy that they've massively expanded and put in the way removed, so that builders can actually get to work and build homes that Canadians can afford. Too often, you know, I think also, Madam Speaker, I must say that these programs are focused on the major urban centers in our province. The motion today is talking about young people and affordable housing. I represent a lot of very small communities, as do many others in this chamber, and often I hear of young people having to leave the small rural areas because there's nothing available to buy. Some of these towns may have just one builder, or not even have a builder in the town. They bring one in from another community, and so those builders are coming in at the request of perhaps a retiring farmer who has got a little bit of money, and the builder's eager to build a large retirement home, but there's very few affordably sized houses getting built in our rural communities, which means young people leave. They've got good jobs, but they can't find anywhere to live. They don't want to stay with their parents anymore. They want to get out, live independently, move into that phase of their life, but there's nowhere to live. And so they take off for Brandon or Winnipeg or Regina or somewhere else, and we lose them. And we lose their job and their spouse's job and their kids out of the school, and our rural communities are fading away. And so we have to make sure that these programs that the Liberals continue to deliver are accessible to these small towns, small municipalities. And I'm not talking about, you know, to some people in this chamber, the city of Brandon and 56,000 people is small. I'm talking about a town of 1,000 people. You know, these municipalities do not have a whole lot of extra staff to fill out immensely complicated applications for government grants and programs. They're running as lean as they can possibly run already. And I hear that from the builders too. I mean, builders in small towns do not have massive staffs that have time and resources to fill out these application programs. It's quite often the builder themselves that are doing the books, either very early in the morning or very late at night, and then they're working on a job all day. They don't have time to sit down and spend hours and hours building an application to a large government program. So the Liberals need to stop talking about frameworks and strategies, and all that means is red tape, red tape, red tape, more red tape. They need to get all of the red tape that they've added over the last 10 years out of the way so that people can actually get out there and build homes. And we would strongly encourage my colleague who brought this forward to maybe consider adding in some red tape reduction measures into this bill. This will still move through the legislative process, I'm sure, and hopefully some measures to not add to the regulatory burden for builders, but actually remove some of those burdens, get added into this bill as we move along. At that point, then, it might actually give builders some optimism in this country. And so I think it's important also to recognize that, as we so often hear from the Liberals, they think we don't have any solutions. They say all we do is complain all the time. It's just perhaps that they don't like our solutions, but we've got a number of them, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to outline a few of them here today. Number one, reducing housing costs by cutting the GST on all new homes under a $1.3 million build cost, saving up to $65,000 on the cost of a new home and $3,000 a year in mortgage payments. Identify 15% of federal buildings and lands to sell for housing in livable new neighborhoods within 100 days, and that would allow us to build thousands of new homes much faster than the glacial pace that we're seeing. Also, cut building taxes. We need to incentivize municipalities to reduce development charges, and we would then reimburse them up to a maximum of $50,000 and scrap the underused housing tax that costs more to administer than is collected. We need to remove gatekeepers to fast-track home building through shovel-ready zones that the federal government would create, so municipalities could then enable builders to get in right away, get the work done, and we need to tie federal infrastructure dollars to results, and that goes for municipalities as well. The carrot and the stick approach, Madam Speaker, it's not new, and we need to start incentivizing these municipalities to bring down development fees so that builders can build and they aren't adding those added development fees onto the cost of rent. I mean, we can have a building that's 15% affordable housing units. The rest of the units in that building should also be reasonably priced. But when you've got municipalities that are doubling or tripling their development fees, all that just gets passed on to the consumer, which is young people who are trying to rent in this country until they can save up for a mortgage and get into their first home. So these are the ways that the federal Liberals could use the billions of dollars that are tied up in bureaucratic red tape and actually deliver more affordable homes and units for young Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine-Listegouge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are talking about housing. I would like to talk about young people, I would like to talk about justice, and I would like to talk about hope. First, let's talk about our young people. They are struggling under the weight of a triple crisis: unaffordable housing, crushing debt, and double the unemployment rate of other generations. 59% of people under 35 say they are experiencing serious housing problems. For the rest of the public, it's 38%. Housing prices have skyrocketed by 8% for a two-bedroom apartment in Quebec at a time when wages have only gone up 4.5%. Quebec students earn Quebec students earn $16,500 a year on average, but spend $11,220 in rent. The situation is so desperate that 10% of student tenants say that they share a one-bedroom apartment with three people. Worse, unemployment for youth 15 to 24 hit 14% in December 2025, some of the highest rates seen in the decade. 20% of Canada's homeless are aged 13 to 24. 6,000 young people experience homelessness every night, 35,000 over the course of a year. This is a beleaguered generation that is indebted up to their necks, often unable to house themselves and dealing with precarious employment. Now let's talk about justice, intergenerational justice. Mortgage debt remains crushing. Mortgage rates rose from 2.45% in 2020 to over 7% in 2023. A baby boomer at age 25 would have found it easy to afford a home with just one or two modest incomes and a down payment. Mortgage payments would represent a third of income. Now it takes young people 14 to 20 years to save up for a 20% down payment. Also, when you adjust for inflation, mortgage prices are 10 to 15% higher. The result is that for today's 25-year-olds, housing is often impossible to buy a house. I'm not a baby boomer, but when I started working, when I was in my 20s, in the Gaspé, anyone with a job could afford a home. Not necessarily a very big home, but everyone could access a home in the early 2000s. It's no longer the case. And young people feel that this is unfair. I understand where they're coming from. We ought all to understand. But now let us talk about hope, because there are hopes. There are possible solutions. There are a number of existing programs that the government could invest in more. We think they should invest $7 million more over 5 years in the Rapid Housing Construction Initiative, $1.75 billion over 5 years to tackle homelessness, which would be just half of what the Parliamentary Budget Officer said would be necessary to have homelessness rates. $1.5 billion more over 5 years for municipal infrastructure. So a lot can be done. And there's hope so long as the government rolls up its sleeves and acts. We think as well that the government should transfer all of its housing investments to Quebec. Quebec has its Quebec Affordable Housing Program, the PHAQ. We think the federal government should be funding it directly. In the meantime, the Bloc Québécois will work to simplify federal programs, align them with Quebec programs, and make sure that money makes its way to where it should, a place where it can fund housing for the public. If we are to allow young people to live out their aspirations, we need to solve inconsistencies between Quebec and Ottawa systems. I took part in an announcement, a joint announcement by the governments of Quebec and Canada. It noted that it would be transferring $1 billion in housing investments to Quebec. The fund was announced in April 2024 by the Trudeau government. But it took until January 2026 to get a deal signed and for the funds to start moving. And we're talking about a good program here. It's one that would have allowed municipalities to receive subsidies for their plumbing and sewer systems or for their road infrastructure. Unfortunately, in the intervening years, Quebec and Ottawa couldn't come to an agreement. Ottawa wanted to attach strings in areas, I will remind you, that are outside federal jurisdiction. This had a major impact. Imagine if we had 2 more years where municipalities were able to access funding for their infrastructure. Today, we would have greater residential development. There would be more houses under construction. And we would be one step closer to solving the problem. Instead, what happened was the federal government and the Quebec government got bogged down in long negotiations because the federal government wanted to impose restrictions on Quebec and Quebec wanted to defend its area of jurisdiction. Housing requires great efforts and great coordination between all stakeholders. I see this in my riding, Madam Speaker. There are housing projects started by housing organizations, and they have to jump through a lot of hoops to respect both federal and Quebec rules. Some projects got held up because an election took place and Quebec couldn't get federal approval. This is something that the federal government could work to resolve. I think the federal government ought to recognize that it is Quebec that is in charge of housing and it should transfer the appropriate funds. If it does that, each and every province can set up the programs that they need, the programs that are tailored to their needs. That is what we propose as a solution here in the Bloc Québécois. A solution that would give hope to our young people. As for C-227, hope and intergenerational justice are found nowhere in this bill. We will be voting against the bill, as my esteemed colleague noted. The bill would propose a national housing strategy for young people involving consultations. But this would raise issues of inconsistency. It's a very short bill proposing a national strategy. It proposes consultations, but you've got to pay attention to the details. The government does not need legislation to consult young people in the province. All they need to do is pick up the phone or else send an email. Basically, every member in this House carries out consultations with groups building housing in their riding. So, all this bill does is propose is mandate consultations that can already be done and propose a strategy when there's already a strategy. We find it lacks utility. We think that the Government of Canada has done quite enough consultations. Now it's time for them to respect Quebec jurisdiction, transfer funding to Quebec, give provinces the ability to act, give young people the ability to live with hope, give young people intergenerational justice, which we've seen lost over recent years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
May I remind members, please, to be very careful the way you move papers in your desks, if you don't mind. The interpreters get those sounds very amplified. Just
a reminder for everyone, be very careful with the way you move papers around on your desks. The interpreters hear these sounds with a lot of amplification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support for the member from Sackville, Bedford, Preston's Bill C-227, an act to establish a national housing strategy for young Canadians. I represent Spadina Harbourfront, one of the most densely populated ridings in the country and one of the youngest. In fact, I want to thank my youth council who's meeting for the first time this evening back in the riding. According to the 2021 census, 94% of homes in my riding are in buildings with 5 or more stories, and our median age is just 32 years old, nearly a decade younger than the national average. Over the past few decades, Spadina Harbourfront has been transformed with rapid growth, bringing thousands of young people to live, work, play, and build their futures in the heart of our city. We have reshaped the Toronto skyline, bringing more people closer to jobs, transit, and community. We've created opportunities for young people to live near where they work, study, and build their lives. This growth has not come without pressures, but it offers important lessons for the national housing conversation we have been having over the past several years. One of these lessons is the vital role that non-market housing, particularly cooperative housing, plays in keeping communities livable and inclusive, especially for young and low-income households. Cooperatives like Harbourfront Channel Housing Co-op and Arcadia Housing Cooperative in my riding of Spadina Harbourfront are thriving waterfront communities where residents share governance, build strong neighbor-to-neighbor support systems, and access stable, below-market housing in one of the most expensive areas of our country. These homes have allowed families, seniors, newcomers, and young people to remain in the downtown core for decades. They stand as powerful examples of the type of housing enabled by legislation such as this one. Mr. Speaker, the fact that these communities are still thriving today is not accidental. It is the result of deliberate public investment and long-term thinking. The challenge we now face is not a lack of what works, but a failure to scale it for a new generation of Canadians. A national housing strategy for young Canadians that meaningfully considers cooperative housing alongside student housing, purpose-built rentals, and pathways for first-time buyers is not just sensible, it is long overdue. As serious as our government is about building homes, we must also be serious about building the right mix of homes so young people can actually afford to live in the communities they study in, work in, and help to build. Why is this overdue? Because our young people today face a housing affordability crisis unlike any generation since the post-war period. For far too many, home ownership is out of reach. Even securing a stable, affordable rental has become a challenge. When young people cannot afford housing or cannot move for housing, the consequences extend far beyond shelter. As I knock on doors in my riding, I hear the same message again and again. Young people and young families want to stay in the communities they love. They want to build their careers here, raise their children here, and remain close to the networks and supports that make urban life possible. But the homes we build must reflect the lives people are trying to live. We cannot keep building cities as if they are only for singles and short-term renters. If we want young Canadians to put down roots, our housing supply must include family-friendly homes that make long-term life in our downtowns possible. The ripple effects are obvious: lower productivity and economic growth, and decreased well-being both in the short and long term of one's life. Madam Speaker, the economic case is just as compelling. A 2024 report from the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis found addressing housing unaffordability could generate $24.4 billion in additional disposable income, increase our GDP by $22 billion, and create 189,000 jobs while delivering $5 billion in new tax revenue. These are real, tangible benefits for young Canadians and our entire economy. Madam Speaker, when housing instability begins to shape who can move, who can work, and who can plan for their future, it stops being only an economic problem and becomes a social one with real consequences for safety, autonomy, and equality. And let us be clear, housing insecurity is not gender neutral. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has reported that women are more likely to experience acute housing needs, and those rates are higher for racialized women. For young women in particular, the shortage of accessible options, whether it is emergency shelters, transitional housing, cooperative housing, or affordable units, can carry serious safety implications. Without safe and affordable alternatives, some young women cannot leave unsafe and unhealthy living situations. Some remain trapped in abusive relationships simply because they have nowhere else to go. This is why housing is about far more than affordability alone. It is about safety, it's about dignity, and it is about security. A national housing strategy for young Canadians must also reflect this reality. Housing lives at the intersection between personal autonomy and personal security, and this must find its way into our legislation. That is precisely why C227 is so important. By establishing a national housing strategy for young Canadians, it ensures that federal housing policy responds not only to market pressures, but to the social realities that shape young people's lives. The economic and social benefit for government action to address affordability is clear, and our government understands that. With the launch of Build Canada Homes, the federal government is taking decisive steps to accelerate the construction of affordable housing at scale through a single streamlined agency. By financing and prioritizing nonprofit housing, including transitional, supportive, cooperative, and affordable housing, this federal government is ending a decades-long retreat from building homes Canadians can truly afford. This will create real opportunities for young Canadians, not only to find housing that meets their needs in the short term, but to build the conditions for home ownership in the future. By easing the costs faced by non-market builders, Build Canada Homes will increase supply of deeply affordable housing to help cool an overheated market where these housing options have not been sufficiently built, and ensure that housing policy once again works in the public interest. And by establishing a national housing strategy for young Canadians, as Bill C-27 seeks to do, the purpose and impact of Build Canada Homes becomes sharper and stronger, ensuring federal investments deliver real generational impact for Canada's young people. Housing is foundational. When it is unstable, everything else becomes unstable too, especially for young people who are trying to establish themselves. This government is building Canada strong by recognizing housing as essential infrastructure. Bill C-227 builds on that momentum, recognizing that young Canadians face unique barriers in today's housing market, and that meeting those challenges requires coordination, data, and long-term planning. Madam Speaker, the evidence is clear. Addressing housing affordability strengthens our economy, boosts productivity, and creates opportunities. Housing insecurity and instability carries real social costs, especially for women and those seeking safety, dignity, and independence. Through Build Canada Homes, our government is acting to scale what we know works. Bill C-227 enhances that effort by ensuring young Canadians are not an afterthought, but a focus of our plan. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and vote in favour of Bill C-227. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Continuing debate to the Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Madam Speaker, there's a rumour spreading. It's been around a while, but it lingers. People thought by now that this rumour would be dead, but unfortunately, it still lives on. In almost every corner of Canada, we hear the three big words: Canada feels broken. But why? Why does Canada feel broken? Once you start asking that question, you'll get many answers. But at the core of all those things, I see one issue that affects almost every neighborhood across this country: a housing crisis. Housing conditions have changed dramatically in recent years. Cost has risen faster than wages, demand has increased, supply has not kept pace, and young Canadians are feeling the pressure more than any generation before them. Housing is not just about shelter. It's about economic stability. It's about mental health. It's about whether young people can make a wooden box into a home. Madam Speaker, young Canadians are not asking for guarantees or handouts. They are asking for fairness. They want to work. They want to contribute. They want the same opportunities as the generations before them. They want to own a home. But in my province, we face the highest unemployment rate in the country. Add that to rising rents, rising home prices, and limited supply, young people are being forced into impossible choices. Some are staying with their parents. Some are even staying with their grandparents. These are grown men and women, oftentimes older than me, working full-time, still yet having to face these unfavorable choices. Madam Speaker, I went to university. I got a degree in civil engineering, but even with a degree that offered great employment like that, in order to afford a home, I still had to work 2 jobs. I would work week on and week on, week on and week off at a gold mine. And on my weeks off, I would work with a consulting company in the oil and gas sector. These are the consequences of inflationary liberal decade. Us young people have to work twice as hard to get the same things that our parents had. Unfortunately, we are seeing even greater consequences of this last liberal decades. Youth shelters are full. Housing wait lists are growing. Homelessness, once unthinkable at this scale, is now reality in communities right across my province and this country. Over the summer, I was able to have a tour of the Salvation Army homeless shelter in St. John's. I started speaking with a few young men in the cafeteria. I heard their stories. They started out not much different than you and I. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, they lost hope. And when hope was lost, they searched for something to fill that void. For many young people, especially young men, they turned to drugs. But why did they lose this hope? So as an inquisitive young man that I am, I began to ask workers at the facility that exact question. I remember a young lady working there came up to me and she said, all these men, they just hit their breaking point. We see these kinds of surges when the economy gets bad. They lose their jobs, that causes stress. They often lose their wives and their family too, and they end up here. How heartbreaking. Her statement stuck with me because what we do here in Ottawa doesn't just affect our economy. It doesn't just affect unemployment, and it doesn't just affect housing stats. It affects real people, real Canadians, people who are hurting and looking for hope. So now these men are homeless. They have no jobs, and it's like a dog chasing its tail. But last night, as I was writing the speech, I came up with a revolutionary idea. What if we started building more homes to create more jobs for these young men and to give families homes to live in? I think that's an idea that we can both get behind. But the question is, how? Economics 101 is a lesson on supply and demand. As supply increases, the demand decreases. This means that the more homes we have in Canada, the lower the demand will be, and prices will begin stabilizing to make houses more affordable for all Canadians. So the solution seems simple: build more homes. Unfortunately, nobody in this country seems to be doing that. But why? Canada has an abundance of land, we have record high unemployment, and we have young families ready to move in. But once you start talking to developers, they will quickly begin to tell you that it's often the government's fault. Developers spend years, thousands of dollars trying to acquire the land, the permits, and the developmental fees and approvals, oftentimes having to work with 3 levels of government. Once again, they want our government and bureaucrats to simply get out of the way. But this Liberal government wants to do the opposite. They now want to introduce this new bill so they can be directly involved in giving the illusion that they're trying to put out the fire that they started. This is not the first time they've done this. In 2017, they launched a national housing strategy administered by the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation. If they already have the solution, why do they need to repackage the same old plan? They spent over $115 billion to build 170,000 homes. Do you want to know what that works out to be, Madam Speaker? $676,000 per home. Wow. The money was wasted on bureaucracy. Can you imagine how many homes we could have built if these Liberals worked with Conservatives to remove GST on new home builds? Taking off GST would have instantly saved 5%. 5% savings would have encouraged thousands of Canadians to build new homes right across this country. By partnering with Canadians, we could have stretched our dollar and built 95% more homes with that same dollar. Instead of letting Canadians keep their own money, these Liberals want to keep taxing things like housing that they call a human right. Then they give that money to corporations and landlords to build homes, not for young people to own, but to rent. Own nothing and be happy. That's the slogan of this Liberals' plan for their new world order. But young people don't want to rent their whole lives. They want to own a home. A place where they can paint their kids' bedrooms, a place where they can build a fence for their dog, a place that builds equity towards retirement, a place that gives them pride and hope for the future. This can't be done by building rentals. This is achieved by letting the free market do its thing. For generations, we had a system. Young people would buy a small starter home from a middle-aged family. This allowed them to build equity in their careers. And when it was time to have kids, they could sell off their starter home to another young family and afford to build their new family home, perhaps even their dream home. Once their new home was built and their family was raised, couples often decided to sell their home to the next generation as they downsized for retirement. Using their equity from the sale, they could build a small home for retirement. Once their lives came to an end, the family would sell off the property so that a young couple could start their housing cycle, could start their journey. Hakuna Matata. It was the circle of life. But when bureaucrats got in the way, they damaged this whole cycle. It became too difficult for people to build new homes and move up the housing ladder. So they just stayed. No homes were built, the demand grew, and prices skyrocketed. Give a man a fish, and he's thankful. Give 5 men a fish, and now the whole village wants one. That's the problem with handouts. Everybody gets in line with their hand out. Investors no longer want to build homes with their own money because they're in line, waiting to see if they'll win the Liberal lottery. Even in housing, instead of making housing incentives that encourage all Canadians to build homes, these Liberals want to pick winners and losers. Last year, this Liberal government announced that they wanted to build programs similar to the ones described in this bill to build modular homes. Is it a coincidence that when our Prime Minister was the chair of Brookfield, they acquired a modular home company called Modulaire? I think Canadians are curious and even anxious to see how much Modulaire, Brookfield, and our Prime Minister will financially benefit from the programs in this bill. It's time to build homes. It's time to build hope. It's time to be more focused about getting our hammers up instead of our elbows up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Right on time. The honourable member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston, for his right of reply.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to all my colleagues who spoke today on my Bill C-227. In particular, I want to thank my colleagues from Spadina Harbourfront and Les Pays d'Arnaud for their comments. And I just want to touch on a few things here quickly. The first thing is that one of the privileges I've had in my life, in addition to being here, is I was a member of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly for about 4 years as well. I served most of that time as the housing critic for my party. And one of the things I learned during that experience is that housing, I think more than any other issue facing our country, demands collaboration and cooperation and teamwork between levels of government. It is simply not possible to say one level of government by itself is going to fix the housing crisis or make any difference for anybody, and especially for young people. Cities set bylaws, cities do zoning, provinces provide affordable housing, deal with homelessness, and the federal government, in my view, has a critical role to play to set policy, to set strategy, to put forward a system so that from all corners of this country, from Victoria to Halifax to Nunavut and all places in between, young people have hope for the future. And we will not achieve that if we simply go into our silos and say the federal government does this only, the province only does that, and the city only does that. That is one of the reasons why we ended up in the situation that we are today. And I also wanted to touch on one other comment that was made during the debate. My colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe called the bill here useless. Now, that's offensive not to me. I got thick skin. It doesn't bother me. But I will say, I think it is offensive to the young people across this country that I spoke to over the last number of months when developing this bill. The people at the University of Ottawa, who I visited 2 weeks ago, dozens of students in their late teens and early 20s who I spoke to came up to me after, said, this is interesting, what can we do, how can we help? Came to my office here on the Hill a couple of days later, filmed videos with me, put the message out there that the government is interested in solving the housing crisis for young Canadians. It's offensive to the young Canadians I met at St. Mary's University in my hometown of Halifax from students in Nova Scotia who are interested in making sure that they are part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And that is the essence of what I've put forward today. My colleague from Brandon Souris mentioned he's got a very similar background to me as well in the provincial legislature in Manitoba. And he talked about red tape reduction measures, which I think is an interesting step forward. And what I would ask is that all of us work together. We bring this motion, this bill forward to committee, sharpen it, make it as good as possible so that young Canadians have hope, have a vision for the future, and so that all those people that I've spoken to over the last number of months feel that the federal government and all parties have their back on this issue, because I know we have their back on this side of the House. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you very much and thank all of my colleagues. Appreciate it.
The question is as follows. Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Al-Soud, moved that Bill C-227, an act to establish a national strategy on housing for young Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party, I see the honourable member for Preston, sorry, yes, Preston, let me read it again. The honourable member Sackville Preston is rising.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded vote on this matter. Thank you.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order.
Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherbrooke Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, over the last few months, I have been visiting university campuses and talking to young people across this country. I was just at Carleton earlier this week, spending some time there talking to students and debating against the member for Winnipeg North. It was we had a great time. I certainly did, anyways. But the question I've been asking students is, are you better or worse off than your parents' generation? And I've had lots of great conversations with young people about how they perceive their present reality, their present challenges, and the opportunities they're going to face in the future. Overwhelmingly, young people tell me that they feel they are worse off than their parents' generation. And when we talk about why, the areas that they focus on are job opportunities and the inaccessibility of home ownership, as well as the price of rent. This week at Carleton as well, I heard a little bit about food prices as a contributing factor to the challenges they're facing. So the cost of food, the cost of homes, and how difficult it is to find a job. And in this context, we have seen that combined with that kind of anecdotal evidence, hearing from students, we see in the job numbers how youth unemployment continues to be very high. It continues to be at recession levels. In the fall, the youth employment rate dropped to its lowest level in over 25 years. And
The reasons for this are clear. We've studied this issue at the Human Resources Committee, and various experts have identified how the government's failure to support economic growth and economic development, their failure to effectively manage an immigration system in line with Canada's economic interests, their failure to support good training policies, as well as challenges in terms of geography and regions where there's lower versus higher unemployment. Because of this, we've seen high youth unemployment. So Conservatives have been constructive on this. We've put forward the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan. We put this forward in the fall as well. The Liberals have yet to act on it. Our plan proposes specific initiatives to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, to fix training, and to build homes where the jobs are. Now, Madam Speaker, it's interesting that they haven't implemented any of these constructive ideas we've put forward. It's also interesting that in the context of training, Liberals are moving in the wrong direction. In fact, they announced in the budget that it's their intention to no longer fund student grants for students who are going to private institutions, which means that if you go to a private career college, you'll no longer be eligible for these student grants, but if you take any program at any university, you will be. Now, I think that's unfair, and I think penalizing career colleges that are providing practical vocational skills at a time when we have serious skills mismatches in our economy, I think that's clearly a big mistake. Madam Speaker, today, the Minister for Jobs and Families was before the Human Resources Committee, and I asked her if this was still the government's policy, if they still intended to defund students who were trying to get an education at a career college. And she couldn't answer. She spent about 3 minutes refusing to answer the question. So I had to go to the Deputy Minister, who confirmed that it is in fact still the government's policy, sadly, even though it's not in the Budget Implementation Act. So, Madam Speaker, why is the government attacking youth who want to study these vocational programs, and why don't they fix the problem?
I thank my colleague for his question. I'm glad he's been visiting university campuses. This House may not know I was Vice President at the University of Calgary before being elected. So youth employment, youth education, these are issues near and dear to my heart, and I'm very happy to have the privilege of answering this question right now. Students certainly face challenges they did not face in years past, and one of the ones that we hear about a lot on university campuses, of course, is this very challenging and tumultuous world we're in, climate change, beset by anxieties that they did not have to deal with in previous generations. And yes, of course, employment is one of those challenges as well. Creating youth opportunities is one of the things that this government and any government should be very fixated on. But as the member said, a lot of that is anecdotes, and I've captured my share of anecdotes over the years as I was doing my job for the University of Calgary. But I do want to talk a bit about the job numbers. In April 2025, when this government was elected, youth unemployment was 14.2%. We can all agree, too high, with 63% participation. Now, the most recent job numbers from December 2025, unemployment had reduced to 13.3% with 63.2% participation. So lower unemployment, marginally more participation, good progress, still work to be done. Now that's comparing against ourselves and seeing some progress within this government's mandate, but let's also talk about the United States, because in the U.S., youth unemployment was 10.4% in December. Sounds a lot better. I do want to caution, though, these are not apples to oranges. Canada and U.S. measure youth unemployment differently because Canada includes 15-year-olds, and Canada also has a higher student participation rate. But what I want to point out is that in April 2025, U.S. youth unemployment was 9.6%. So the United States is actually going the wrong way, while Canada is going the right way. And I think that speaks to the activities that this government has taken. But if we want to do more, there's a simple solution. It's called the Budget Implementation Act, which includes a number of supports for youth, $1.5 billion over 3 years for youth. It has, yes, supports for 20K youth, student work placements, 55,000 opportunities, Youth Climate Corp, and that's to say nothing of the general priorities that will create jobs, provide housing, and mental health benefits. So, Madam Speaker, while I appreciate the concern, I think that the figures tell a bit of a different story, and this is work we are going to continue to push on, and I'm happy to say we will be building on progress we're already seeing.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is completely wrong about the figures. He says that the youth unemployment rate is moving in a good direction. Actually, in the previous month, it was 12.8, and in the latest numbers that we have up until today, they were 13.3. So there is an increase in the youth unemployment rate that we have seen in the month-over-month numbers, quite a significant increase. But also the absolute levels. I mean, overall, these are recession levels of youth unemployment. That young people are in larger numbers than we have generally seen in the past experiencing unemployment. Again, under this Prime Minister, we hit the worst youth employment rate in over 25 years. Fundamentally, all the Parliamentary Secretary has to offer is inaccurate talking points, but he didn't really answer the question I asked, which is why the cuts for those attending career colleges? Why is he attacking students attending career colleges?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thanks. I would invite members and anybody watching to look at the statistics themselves. Of course, you can pick month over month, but if you look at the trend line is very clear. Progress is being made, and that progress is absolutely contrary to what the United States is seeing, where the trend is going in the other way. So I think that speaks very well for us here. In terms of the private colleges question, that is, of course, a very complicated one. It brings into the question the market prices and the market forces that private colleges have and the incentives and their ability to charge whatever tuition they wish. So, of course, there are challenges when we start using public dollars in that way. Now, we have a number of great public institutions, from SAIT in my own riding, which is one of the largest polytechnics in the country, to Seneca in Ontario, to many other options that you can continue to make or take use of these government benefits to be able to attend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The order. The Honourable Member for Similkameen West, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to speak on the importance of Canada's bountiful natural resources, specifically in industries vital to my home of British Columbia. Our forestry industry gainfully employs many men and women across my riding. It puts food on the table and roof over the heads of Canadians for decades, and has the potential to do so for decades more. But Canada's lack of softwood lumber agreement, like we had under the Harper government, has left our industry at the mercy of tariffs across 4 presidential administrations now, all under the Liberal government's watch. The most recent lumber tariffs caused deep concerns in my riding, especially in Grand Forks, where the Interfor mill is now operating at reduced capacity. But that's more than some other mill communities in Western Canada can say, however. Thousands of jobs have been lost just recently. Just last month, we saw the permanent closure of mills in Crofton and Hunter Milehouse, BC, Similarly, mills in northern Alberta and northern Ontario have recently closed as well. These aren't just jobs being lost. These are communities being lost, entire communities. This Liberal government has a lack of clear vision on where the real immediate focus of where Canada's lumber market needs to be, which is restored access to the U.S. market. Promises of loans, domestic building, and memorandums of understanding in Asian markets are all welcome, but they won't help if our sawmills shut before these opportunities turn real. The U.S. represents well over half the market for Canada. Restoring access there needs to be a priority. It should have been a priority for the Liberals when our last deal expired a decade ago. European lumber suppliers operating at lower tariff rates are already trying to steal the supply chain that for decades has been the lifeblood to lumber communities across Canada and British Columbia. Secondly, I wish to discuss the importance of mining in my riding. Copper Mountain in the Similkameen is a vital operation for the region, producing the copper, gold, and silver that is required to build a more self-reliant and greener Canada that we need. Without these precious metals, electronics and sustainable technologies simply could not function. It's clear that for us to have a prosperous and richer Canada, our critical minerals are essential. But for them to be used, they must reach the market. The Similkameen, however, has seen its basic infrastructure that Copper Mountain relies on, the roads and bridges, damaged and closed because of greater risks of flooding. This Liberal government promised they'd help our region build back after damaging floods in 2021. But instead of working with the region, they refused. They refused the community's mitigation plan and provided nothing in return. We are years without proper mitigation infrastructure having been installed, and it will only challenge our ability to mine our critical minerals it left undone. Last month, I wrote about this to the Prime Minister and several of his ministers, calling for him to approve the plan presented by the town of Princeton. I have still received no reply. This is a government that says it wants to be a government of action, not words. But words on paper is still what too much of the government's approach to our natural resources are. When will the government show...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I completely agree that the forestry sector is a vitally important sector for Canada. It is part of our Canadian identity. It is, of course, part of our Canadian economy. And the tariffs and duties that are being leveled on us are completely unjustified. It is true. We are seeing mill closures. We are seeing strain across the entire system, whether that be in primary sawmilling or in pulp industries or associated industries. And we do need to resolve this with the United States. Everybody appreciates that. The United States is 85% of our export market for softwood lumber, for example. That is not going to be replaced, at least in any kind of short term, by any of these other opportunities. So we need to make sure that we are working to get a deal. In the meantime, there's two other streams of activity that we need to do. First, we need to support the companies and workers and communities that are going through these challenges. And this government's given $2.5 billion to that effect. We also have a task force that is looking at other supports and other ways that we can get through this moment. Second, we need to be thinking about how we make sure we're not in a situation like this going forward. And that's where we start talking about the vision, a clear vision for a future forestry sector. And I believe we have one. A forestry sector requires four components. It requires access to capital. The federal government can help with that. We can help make markets. It requires infrastructure. That is certainly something that allows you to get to markets and in general just produce products. And it also requires the skills and the talent, and it requires access to timber. The last of those, of course, is a provincial jurisdiction, but something we can work with people on. We have the wood. We have high-quality timber, and we know that the Americans need the wood. Now, timber prices are currently low in the United States, which is why the higher costs that come from Europe have been able to be competitive, but that will not always be the case. And they need us as much as we need them down south, and we will get a deal. But in the meantime, as I said, we need to work towards supporting our industry. Now, on mining, I will look into the mitigation plan that the member discussed. I am not familiar with it myself. I'm not familiar with what the deficiencies may have been or the concerns, but I will certainly look into that. I appreciate the member's advocacy on behalf of her constituency. These are vital sectors that the government needs to support.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I appreciate the concern. I wonder why it's taken 10 years, over 10 years, and we still don't have an agreement with the United States through many presidents, so we can't blame everything on President Trump. I will say energy workers want to see a pipeline. Forestry workers want to see some kind of deal with the Americans. My particular riding crawls along the United States, and so it's important that we keep our we have actually six border crossings, and that's one of the reasons why we need to make the deal with the United States. But I do want to say I will send the member the letter that I sent to the Prime Minister in the last couple of weeks. These mitigation plans for Princeton were promised over a year ago. Since in 2020.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will action those when I receive them. I appreciate, as I said, the member's advocacy. I do want to cap this all by saying we want to grow, we want to build, we want to have the strongest economy in the G7, but some of that requires the plans that we've put into motion actually to be allowed to be put into motion, and that includes passing the Budget Implementation Act. It is vitally important for this country that we're able to proceed on those economic initiatives that will strengthen our economy, build jobs, and provide supports to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.